This is the first of a series of replay videos of games I ran for Known World United Extra Life 2020 event in November of 2020. This game is Tea Time with Granny Bonechewer. The premise for players choosing this game was somehow you ended up owing the Bheur Hag Polly Bonechewer a favor sometime back. Now she's asked you to her ice castle for tea and biscuits with her and her coven of sisters. While the invitation might have been worded as an innocent social gathering, you're certain she is going to collect on the debt that she is owed. A D&D game about the choices that adventurers make and the consequences that can follow. This game has been lightly edited, but a lot of the things from the original event have been left in. It will be the first of several that I'll be putting up here on this YouTube channel. Hopefully people will enjoy getting a chance to see some of the games that I ran for Known World United Extra Life 2020. If you want to support my Extra Life, you can go to extra-life.org/participant/antagonist relations. You can find my other content at antagonistrelations.blogspot.com or twitch.tv/antagonist-relations. We'll start again. Hello and welcome everyone. We're playing the first session of our Known World United Extra Life game. You can follow links in the Twitch channel. You should be able to find our team page, my page for donations. Other people, if they want to solicit donations, can add in the chat there. This is a 5th edition D&D game that I have written to be sort of a fun opener, hopefully. It is going to be hopefully a PG-13-ish in its vibe, but I can't promise that we will not use perhaps the occasional swear word. So you've been warned. Good news, we have surpassed our Extra Life team goal. We're looking at updating that to an even greater one, but we've hit our mark that we wanted to hit this year. We're going to try and surpass it even more. But a big thanks to everyone who's donated to anyone in our Extra Life team. It's a good cause to help kids in children's hospitals. So we are going to be playing a little game here called Tea Time with Granny Bonechewer. So the premise of this game is these poor individuals have come to a icy castle far in the north to meet with the Bheur Hag Polly Bonechewer, or Granny Bonechewer, because they all owe her a favor. And her favor that she's asked, well, she hasn't asked her favor yet, but she has asked them all to come to join her for tea time. So we have Granny. You've all arrived to meet with Granny. And before we begin tea time itself, why don't we do character introductions? So we'll be doing character introductions from top to bottom here. So we'll have Bheur the Boomer introduced first.
Howdy. I'm Bheur the Boomer. I am a 9th level high elf wizard. I don't know about the rest of you, so you might be on your own. I was smart enough to bring a present for Granny Bonechewer because Bheur the Boomer is not a fool. I brought her a lovely handcrafted albino stuffed parrot. My unfortunate background with Granny Polly, if I can call her Polly, is when I was a young apprentice blade slinger, my mentor was slain treacherously by an invisible foe. And when all my investigations failed, I had to turn to Polly for the name of my enemy so I could avenge my mentor. And she graciously obliged. And here I am to return that favor.
Excellent. So then we'll do Grimhilda the Black.
Hi, I'm Cassandra. I'm playing Grimhild the Black. She is a College of the Cold Hearts bard. Let's see here. I'm getting used to my new stuff. And when I was a kid, I always dreamed of being a singer, but unfortunately, I couldn't carry a tune. So it was Granny who was kind enough to gift me with a beautiful singing voice. Unfortunately, with that singing voice, I can only sing songs of tragedy, murder, and sorrow.
Excellent. So then Sigrid. You might be on mute, Cheryl.
Right. Thank you. I have to shut up. Anyway, okay. My name is Cheryl. I'm playing Sigrid, and she's a paladin, a standard human paladin, who made a slight mistake a little while ago and got her second in command sort of killed by a necromancer. So I had to do a deal with Granny Bonechewer to get back his soul, and I brought a present for her as well. And I got her the polar bear that tries to bite you whenever you look away. I think she'd really appreciate that.
So it's a little stuffed polar bear toy that tries to bite you if you dare look away from it.
Yep, like a cat.
All right. So then Fergus.
My name is Joel. I'm going to be playing Fergus Stonehammer, the dwarf monk, dwarven drunken master. Uh, I I brought her a gift, but it was a bottle of something, and I kind of drank it on the way. But it's a nice bottle. Um, and I know Granny could. I was searching for a legendary cask of dwarven whiskey, and she had it. Um, so I agreed to do a favor for for the for the whiskey, and so yeah, I'm here for the favor.
All right. And then Lotharian. And you might be on mute, JP.
My terrifying, awesome vocal performance has been nullified. Okay, I am Lotharian, a half-elf samurai, and my beautiful nameless beloved, was murdered by a dishonorable enemy, and I simply could not track this person down. Granny Bonechewer did me a favor, which I must now return. She teleported me to the location of this foe who I slew in single combat. It is now time for this favor to be repaid.
All right. Excellent. So uh, as you're escorted in by strange servants made entirely of ice into the interior of this ice castle, does anyone have any questions here before we have you sit down in around the very chilly interior? It's a very nice parlor, but everything is made of ice. All right. So you sit down. The various ice servants begin bringing delicate porcelain teacups and placing them before you. And then finally, Granny Bonechewer arrives, bringing much to your relief, potentially, a steaming kettle of tea. Oh, welcome, welcome. Thank you all for joining me. It's so nice to see all of you again, after years for some of you. It's so nice that you all made time for your poor old granny.
It's good to see you. You're looking as good as ever.
Yes, well, I do try to keep up my appearance. It's difficult looking this gaunt and pale. I I take it that you that empty bottle that you still quite enjoy the drink. Yes.
Um, yep, yep. Haven't met one that I don't like yet.
Well, and so Granny goes to pour the tea into Fergus's cup first. Perhaps you'll quite enjoy this. It's a very bitter, bitter tea.
Thank you.
Ah, and Bera, vengeance still suits you. Is that a box with a present for Granny?
I would not dream of coming to visit you without a present, Granny.
Hmm. Well, what a delightful little parrot it is.
I saw it in the store and immediately thought of you.
Well, uh, you should have this cup of tea. It'll well, I would say it would warm you, but even though it is steaming hot, it may not.
And and what kind of a blend of tea is this, Granny?
Oh, it's some bitter root, some wormwood, a few other things. I can't give away all of my secrets.
Fergus looking after drinking that tea.
Fergus pulled out like a little flask and is pouring an ample amount of brandy into the tea before sipping.
Yeah, I will take a sip after Fergus actually takes a sip.
Uh, I'll take a good slug.
All right, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
All right.
Oh, I was meaning just for Fergus. Uh, so as a reminder, in the text output, we'll take the leftmost value, unless you have advantage, in which case we'll take the higher, or if you have disadvantage, we'll take the lower. So Fergus takes a big sip of this tea, even with all the brandy in it, and realizes with a terrifying clarity that he is now stone cold sober.
Oh God. Oh, this is unpleasant. Mm.
Uh, uh, Granny Bonechewer turns to Sigrid. Oh, How are you, dearie? I see you also have a little present, perhaps for your old granny.
Oh, I'm doing very well, and so is my second in command, who you helped me with. And yes, of course, I have a lovely present for you, symbolic of the North and all those things you love so much. And I hand her the gift of the polar bear.
Oh, what a delight! I'll have to put this in when I have a children visit. I'll have to make sure that they play with this dear little thing and snuggle with
It
it in
does
their
bite
sleep.
them. It does bite, by the way.
Oh,
Is that
that's the
that's not
delight
a
of it.
problem? Okay, very good.
And she would pour tea to Sigrid's cup. Has Bera dared to drink the tea after?
Yes. After Fergus doesn't keel over dead, I dare to drink the tea.
All right. So Bera drinks the tea, um, and just has a brief flash of seeing uh, like just like this terrifying brief flash of Granny Bonechewer changing shape and taking on the appearance of the foe who slew your poor master when you were just an apprentice blade singer.
Well, that's bracing.
Uh, Granny turns to Grimhilda. Oh, and have you learned any good songs, dear?
I have been so busy, Granny, that I mean, I must be honest. I sent my assistant out to get you a present, but she didn't get back in time for me to leave. So I don't have anything for you right now, but I promise you it's in the mail.
Hmm. Well, your presence is enough here. Ah, and she pours a tea into Grimhilda's cup.
Warm tea, it's always so good for the throat.
Yes, yes. Just a little. If you want, just for you, just for you, I could get some lemon to make it even better for your throat, nice and sour.
You know, I would appreciate it. Maybe if you have a little bit of honey too.
Mm, no honey, no honey, but I can put some lemon. And she sort of reaches into a pocket in the sort of icy frosted robes that she's wearing, as she pulls out a sort of shriveled looking lemon slice and squeezes it into Grimhilda's tea.
Yeah, see, I mean, it'll be great. Yeah. Thanks, Granny. This will be delicious.
Mm. Oh, and Lotharian, your vengeance suits you as well. You've come when invited by Granny.
I certainly have.
Well, it is
The
good to good.
ceremonial trappings of this tea service are exquisite. It only cements my resolve to perform a task on your behalf.
Oh, well, you're just here for tea right now, dears. Just here for tea, and she pours tea into to Lotharian's cup. Uh, Now, if you excuse me, I must leave you all for a few moments. I was expecting one more visitor, and I have to figure out where this where he has gone, if he has not arrived, or what is going on, because it was quite important that he come. He had something I wanted to show all of you, but he's not here. So if you just excuse me for a few minutes, your dear old granny is going to go and see where the last visitor is. And she sort of turns out of the room. Two of the ice servants close the doors behind her, leaving the five of you alone for at least a moment, perhaps, if you wanted to discuss anything before she returns.
I haven't tried any tea yet. I take a cautious sip of my tea before I do anything else. Very
Oh my
cautious.
gosh.
So Sigrid
Is super
has
discreet. I can pour the rest of the tea before she comes back.
so everything in this, other than the porcelain tea cups, everything in this room is made of ice. And so you have like a little frozen puddle of tea wherever you poured it, unless you had some sort of item in your equipment that you think you could pour it into. So Sigrid takes a little sip of tea and has a vision of Granny Bonechewer pressing a single fingertip onto the forehead of her second in command the night before uh, he was slain.
Can I open up the teapot and pour the tea back in
Ooh,
and put the cover back on?
yes.
I really don't need to drink this tea.
Fergus
Don't
just
drink
pours it
anymore.
on the ground.
Hey man, you do you.
So the five of you have a moment to look around at each other, and if you wanted to bring anything up before the Hag returns, this is your chance.
Ugh.
Anyone else have a bad feeling about this tea?
I mean, it made me sober. I have the worst feeling I think I've ever had.
Wondering who this extra person is going to be. Anyone have any idea?
Nothing.
Nothing I can think of.
I'm sure it's not going to be good news.
Maybe it'll just be another person I can perform for. It could be great. It could be really great.
It can't be worse than this.
Brandy supply not working properly now?
I mean, I had years of built up tolerance and oh god.
When's the last time you have been sober?
Why would I know that?
An unusual situation and would stick in your mind?
I've spent a lot of time making sure things don't stick in my mind. All right, I'm just gonna keep drinking and try to get back to normal. This is that bitch.
So
Try not to insult her in her own house. Just a thought.
Ice servants standing around.
Yeah, just a thought.
So just after, as you're sort of admonishing Fergus, you heard like a shattering of ice and some cursing in
Oh gosh.
Infernal, like a few rooms away. And then after a moment, Granny Bonechewer strides back into the room. That, well, there was something that I really wished to show you. I was very excited to have my sixth guest here, and he apparently has gotten lost in the snowstorm. So, I think it is quite important for me to get to the item that he is bringing to me as a gift. I think it is time for me to call upon the favor that you each owe me. I need you to go find my friend in this snowstorm and make sure that he arrives here with his gift. His name, it's quite dramatic. He has a flair for that sort of thing. Is Malvolio the Malevolent. And you'll know him because his hair is purple after a arcane experiment that went quite wrong for him. So you need to find Malvolio And he was bringing to me a large gem called the Heart of the World. Make sure he has it. It does me no good if he has lost it. So you should go and find him and bring him back here to the castle, even if he doesn't want to.
What if he doesn't have the gem?
Then hopefully he knows where it is, and if you can recover it, you should go and do that before you come back here. If you cannot, well, your poor old granny would be quite cross with you.
Where was he last seen?
Well, if you remember when you were coming here, there was the large, vast, open snowfield that you crossed for about a day and a half. He's somewhere in there, but he's found himself off the path and wandered into some rocky hills and been caught into a blizzard. He was going northwest instead of going north like I told him to. He is such a forgetful one, that Malvolio. I really thought I could trust him with this.
You seem to know a lot of information about someone who isn't here.
Well, your granny is resourceful. I asked the spirits of ice and winter to whisper to me where he was. So I have heard that he has gotten lost, but I do not know exactly where he is.
But you do want both him and the gem.
Yes. If push comes to shove, and it's a situation where you're on the edge of a cliff and you can only grab one, of course, please grab the gem.
Okay.
But yes, if it's possible to have both Malvolio and the Heart of the World, that would be preferable. But if eggs are broken, your granny will understand.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Granny.
You once teleported me to my sworn enemy, but you cannot do so in this instance?
Unfortunately not. Something else. It's quite vexing. That's actually why I'm angry. Something else is making this snowstorm in my lands, and I should be the only person making snow in my lands. And so I have to go deep into my laboratory and start figuring out how I can thwart them. They need a good thwart. And while I'm doing that, I wish for the five of you to go and find Malvolio, because clearly someone else who's quite potent has decided that this is the time that they can muscle in on your poor Granny Bonechewer. And my sisters are busy, and she sort of pulls out of her robe a snow globe, and you see inside the snow globe a miniature of the castle with two other Bheur Hags sort of in the foreground of this snow globe with the castle. They're busy with other things. So really, it falls to the five of you to go and find Malvolio and return him here to me.
And if we do that, does that take care of all of our debts to you?
Yes, if you can bring Malvolio and the Heart of the World back to me, I will consider your favors to me all repaid.
All right. Mill and a rock. Got it.
Be off then.
Are you sure? I can't wait until my assistant arrives.
I'm quite sure that time is of the essence. That the longer we wait, the more lost Malvolio might get, and that he might also be captured by whoever is making this storm.
He might drop the gem.
Yes, he might drop it and get lost in a snowbank.
Okay then.
As Fergus stands up, he's gonna do so in a way that allows me to like shove the seat I'm on just a little bit over so that it's now on top of the frozen tea.
All right. Well, what are you waiting for? Just go, go. And she sort of shoos you out of the out of the parlor, back into the long entry hall where the ice servants sort of look at you with their impassive, blank ice faces.
Oh, hang on. I have one more action to take before we leave.
Oh, okay.
Because now that the tea has properly cooled down, I'm gonna pop out my little finger and drink that sucker. Can't leave tea undrunk. Not me, anyway.
I'm totally leaving my tea undrunk, by the way.
Good call.
So Lothariad has just this brief flash of Granny Bonechewer sort of teleporting you to where your sworn enemy is, and right before you teleport there, she's whispering something into his ear, and it seems to be casting some sort of spell upon him.
Wait,
Moments
into
before
my...
you arrive to kill him in
Oh,
single
okay.
combat.
Okay.
So as you sort of look out the open doors of the front of the castle, you can see that the gently falling snow that you arrived in is now a blizzard, preventing you from seeing more than like 100 feet or so.
Circumstances, it's sort of suicidal to go out in a blizzard like this.
Suicidal to not go out in a blizzard like
That's
this.
true. I said under normal circumstances. Can we still see the road, or
So you can see sort of the trail that you had come in on. There wasn't really much of a road. You sort of like were following a path that you'd been told to follow.
we retrace our footsteps until we come to this giant plain with the hills on it that she's talking about? I don't think this is a good time to go off cross country.
That sounds fine.
Can
So
we even find our footsteps?
So what I will have is whoever wants to take the lead on this task will make a wisdom survival check. If someone else has proficiency in survival, they could assist to provide advantage. I'm not sure if anyone else has any other clever ideas they want to speak up with for how they'll assist with this. So it looks like perhaps even though he is regaining his drunk, Fergus is going to take the lead as you sort of spend hours going through this snowstorm, tracing back your steps and keeping watch for when you remember passing by some rocky hills in the wintry plain.
Yeah,
Yep.
we'll follow the drunk guy.
Well, my
That could go
survival
wrong with
skills
that.
aren't that great. Yes. Oh yeah. I follow the guy with survival skills. Yeah.
Can't be worse than what I just survived.
So you travel for several hours, and then you find yourselves coming to where there's like sort of a split in the path. Um, uh, as you're sort of you see a path that goes slightly more to the west. If someone were coming the other way, and you spot some small footprints going that way, and just the tiniest bit, like 3 or so strands of strange purple hair.
Oh, we didn't ask what species he was.
He was a magic user, right? Like a wizard or something.
She
I
she
heard
did reference an
arcane.
arcane. Uh,
Oh, that went wrong. So he must
yes.
be able to use spells.
Can't be that much
Hmm.
purple hair though.
Yeah, but there's a difference when you're in a snowstorm looking for a purple-haired gnome versus a purple-haired orc.
Footprints. It can't be an orc.
I think we'd all prefer it be the orc, but tiny footprints tend towards the gnome.
Oh, he's a gnome.
Well, there are small footprints at least.
Short. Listen,
All right.
Drogo. Short dude, get lost in snowdrift.
Yeah, right.
Hair.
That's why we're following the purple hair.
Do we have any evidence that this person is actually going in the direction that the footsteps are pointing? Maybe they're walking backwards to mislead us.
What direction exactly? My memory is bad. Was it north northwest or northwest north that the old lady said this guy is going in?
Okay, first of all, not old lady, it's Granny.
Sorry.
She can hear us. Second of all, it was west northwest, I think was the direction he was supposed to go. So he wound up going northwest north.
Okay, so which direction are these
So
footprints going?
I don't know.
they
I don't
they
have survival skills.
they are going to the, as like you're backtracking, so you're all heading south. But the way that they were coming, like he was going to the north, and then he went where the rest of you went slightly more to the west to where Granny's castle was. He has continued more to the north into these rocky hills.
All right, I'm gonna start trucking after the path.
Yes, let's head north.
Well, I will look wistfully towards the south, thinking that maybe we are in fact being misled by a backwards walker. But I will follow my companions.
Me
I
too.
always go with the group, so I will be relying on them to do a lot of the work.
And Fergus is gonna kind of speed up a little bit because following the trail when they're like footprints is gonna be way better than when they fill up with snow and are harder to follow.
All right, so Fergus is in the lead. Who is I guess you, if you want, you can arrange uh, your tokens. We'll say that this X here is the front of your group. You don't have to go single file because you're just sort of going across this snow, but you can go ahead and set your marching order.
I'll be second. Since I'm telling you where to go.
Well, I don't mind bringing up their beer. Something might show up from that direction.
I'll be something toward.
Maybe we can select you. Nope.
All right. So it's Fergus, Bera, Grimhilda, Sigrid, and Lotharian is the order.
Except I can't move. I mean, I don't mind being in that order, but I'm there because I couldn't move my icon.
Mm. That's set up correctly. If you refresh Roll20, are you able to move your character?
Try. Okay, so I'm traipsing along with the group.
All right. So what I need is a perception. So Fergus is sort of following the trail in the snow. So I need a perception skill check from Bera, who is sort of watching out.
Yes. I am on it. Perception.
Ooh.
Oh, very nice.
So it's hard to hear, but there is a as you're entering these hills, there is going back and forth between the hills that are across each other as they're following this path. Bera hears quiet, bestial howling, as though something is aware of your uh, entering these hills and is communicating back and forth. Uh, you can make a nature skill check to see if you can identify what sort of a creature this might be.
Let's just go ahead and do that.
Unfortunately, your skill with nature is not quite as attuned as your perception there.
Well, I will bring to the attention of my fellow Granny Bonechewer fans that, yo, my peeps, I hear some howling.
I'm sure it's fine.
Jesus.
Can the rest of us hear it and see if we're any good at nature?
You have not you're not able to hear it because it's gotten very quiet. You can make a nature check with disadvantage to try and identify what it could be based off of the vague description
yeah.
that Bera can provide.
Yeah. No, it sounded like this. Ow! Ow! Ow!
I don't have a whole lot of skills with nature, unfortunately. I could give it a try, but maybe somebody else
the
can.
roll. Make the roll. I did a really good imitation.
It was very convincing, wasn't it? Very accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's good. Let's see what we get here.
Ooh.
I mean,
Well,
I'll give it a whirl and see if I can turn it into a song.
Bah. If it howls, it bleeds. My sword is ready.
Listen, the problem is not with my imitation of the howl. The problem is with the audience.
They know I was good at nature.
All right, but Fergus was going to continue forward.
Yep.
All
We
right, so
gotta get Mel. Everything else is just time.
so the squares drawn on this map are roughly 5 feet, so we'll call them 5 feet. So Fergus can go ahead and move up whatever 20 feet or so, or I guess you're a monk, so you might have even a better than normal dwarf movement. And go ahead and make it a perception skill check for Fergus.
Okay.
Oh.
Ooh.
So Fergus will not be ambushed, as you start to see in the hills horned, white-furred creatures afoot. So if you click upon your character token, up in the upper left there should be a little button that says Initiative. If you click that button, it will roll initiative for you and will add you to this fancy turn order.
Cool.
Oh, curses. Now I'm having token selection problems. I'll exit and come back quickly.
I don't think I'm seeing it where I need to be seeing it.
Ditto.
So
Okay.
when I click on it, the upper left is a 61. Isn't that my hit points?
Oh, in the very upper left of the screen.
Oh,
Next to the little cursor button, there should be a thing that says initiative.
I don't have one either. Shoot.
You can also do it off your character sheet.
You
Yeah,
can.
that's what I did because I couldn't see the little box.
Oh.
So I just went back to the character sheet.
There we go.
Did it not set for everyone to see? Oh, apparently I didn't set for everyone to see this macro in my setting all of this stuff up. Now when you click back on your character token, you should see it up in the upper left. But
There now.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yep, perfect. I mean, I still got real terrible though on the sheet, but it's fine.
all right, so Fergus has pointed out that there is this Yeti lurking here. So there's the one you're aware of. It looks like Bera is first in our turn
no.
order.
Well, that's terrifying. I would like to invoke Blade Song. How do you think I do that? Do I click on it?
So that is slightly. Let me remind myself.
It ups
So
my AC.
yep. So you see below your text there is a global AC modifier section. If you click the little box next to Blade Song, it will improve your armor class by 4. The other features of the Blade Song are not automatically added. But if you below your attacks on your character sheet in sort of the middle, very middle of your character sheet,
Yes.
yep, you can click that and it will increase your armor class at least.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
So that was a bonus action, and then you can take a standard action.
Okay. And then I still get a standard and a move.
Still get a standard and a move.
So I will do 5. I'll land there. And then I will. I can't see the Yetis, is that correct?
You can see this one. You can see this one to the south. Yes.
There we go. Oh, isn't he charming? I would like to cast Firebolt at him. He looks so
All right.
charming.
Ooh. Alas, that is a miss.
Well, that's lame. My turn is now over.
All right.
I declare a Trumpian victory anyway.
So then it will be Fergus, then a Yeti, and then Lotharian.
So quick question, Zach.
Yep.
Could I use stillness of mind to get rid of being sober completely?
Yes, that sounds like an appropriate use of stillness of mind.
Okay. So I'm going to use my action to do stillness of mind to be fully as I should be. And then I am going to walk in as straight of a line as Fergus possibly can towards the Yeti. 1, 10, 20, 25, 30. So he staggers his way over there. And I'm going to pour myself a mug and sip while I wait for other people to take their turns.
All right. So Fergus is sipping there's my Yeti. Sipping. As this Yeti sort of ambles down to the base of the rock and turns a chilling gaze upon Fergus. So you'll need to make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw.
Got it.
Ooh, your dwarf constitution serves you well. So then it is
Can't stop the drunk guy.
So then it is Lotharian.
So from where I am, I can just sort of see that Fergus there must be engaged in some kind of confrontation, even though I can't see what with.
I mean, you can see me drinking.
Yeah, so your sort of your vision has been limited, and it might be limited on the map by the fact that you're sort of in this snowstorm. But yes, you can see that Fergus is preparing for confrontation and seem to like shake off some sort of icy glare.
Okay, alright. So, well, I'm going to take at least one move action. But I can't quite get there with one move action. I suppose if I take two move actions and an action surge, I can attack. But it seems like a bit too early to be blowing an action surge. So, wait, hang on. How does this work again? I'm trying to do the thing where I am. Does this look like it's about 30? I thought I was doing the thing where it measures my movement. There's the Yeti.
Yes.
I guess I will position myself with my second movement action to protect Fergus and possibly attract the attention of this foul beast.
All right. But you're not using your action surge, so your turn is over then?
Yeah.
Okay. With a bellow, another Yeti ambles down off the mountain. Turns his chilling gaze to Bera the Boomer.
That's unnecessary.
It's a DC 13 Constitution save. Oh, you're all so full of vim and vigor.
Booze.
Well, speak for yourself.
All right. The next Yeti comes down and will turn its gaze to Lotharian. Does this samurai have a steely enough will or constitution to avoid the
So
Yeti?
Constitution saving throw, right?
Yep. Constitution saving throw difficulty of.
Oh. Do I not have a thing that lets me reroll the saving throw? You fail. If you do so, you must use the new roll. So I'm going to use my Indomitable ability so that I do not incur this damage. I will reroll the saving throw.
Okay.
And the new one's going to apply.
Oh no!
Did you buy any rerolls?
No.
Can I give one of the rerolls I bought to him, Zach?
Sure, absolutely.
I bought 5. You can have one, so that we don't have this problem immediately. There we go. Okay.
So for a moment, it seems as though Lotharian is going to be frozen solid by the chilling gaze of this Yeti, and then he shakes it off as Bera like looks at him and gives him a look of like, you can do it.
My gaze is even more chilling.
All right, another Yeti comes ambling down out of the hills, but he has to double move, so he doesn't get to use his chilling gaze. So then that brings us to Grimhilda.
Oh boy. Oh, she's terrified, first of all. But seeing that there's three way over there, she is gonna come down and hide behind Bera a tiny bit. And then she will. Forgive me, first time with my sheet here. She will cast Armor of Agathis on herself,
All right.
and then she will give Bardic Inspiration to Bera. Is there a way to apply that, or
There is not, unfortunately.
Okay.
So you were just gonna have to remember it. Um,
And then the armor, there isn't a way to apply that either, is it? I just have to remember.
uh, so you could, if you click on your token, you've got that second middle red bubble. You could
Yep.
put your temporary hit points in that if you wish.
Oh, okay.
Oh, for the red bubbles, while I'm talking about those, so you have the one red bubble that's linked to your hit points. For those of you who haven't used Roll20 before, if you put a number into that bubble, it will replace your current number. But if you don't want to do the basic mathematics of figuring out, like, I lost 5 hit points, so now what's my total? If you put a -5 and hit enter, it will subtract 5 hit points. If you put a +5 and hit enter, it will add 5 hit points. So that is the way that you can adjust your hit points as needed. Should you be hit by any of these Yetis who have yet to successfully hit any of you, but they're still using their chilling gazes and not their terrifying claws. So that was Grimhilda, and actually, let's just toss a little yellow dot to remember that Bera has a Bardic Inspiration. And so then Sigrid.
Well, now, I'm kind of far away from those three, so I am going to go for this one here, and I'm going to hit it. Oh, I see. Yeah, that one's a bit closer too, isn't it? Hit it with my warhammer. I think one of the warhammers is a +1. can I
15
hit
will
it?
hit.
Yeah, can I hit it
These.
again?
Uh, yep, so since you're a 6th level warrior type, you have 2 attack rolls. So those both hit. These Yeti have a thick hide, but that only affords them a 12 for armor class. So you can go ahead and click for each of those warhammers to see how much damage you do between the two of them. Alright, so. Roll20. I have no idea why it is always the slowest part of Roll20 is me adjusting monster hit points. Alright, so 2 strong blows at this Yeti. And some movement, so that is, unless Sigrid is going to use any bonus actions, that is Sigrid's turn.
No, I think that's all for now.
Alright, so then we just have the last Yetis coming out of their ambush positions. And we are back to Bera the Boomer, that will be followed by Fergus, and then a Yeti.
Hey. Let's see here. You varmints. What can I do to these guys that doesn't also take out my team members?
So that's
Sounds like you can boom things.
that's a
That's
20-foot
what I'm
radius.
hoping.
So
Yeah.
potentially you
I
could
don't think
put
that's
it.
what you're talking about.
You
I'm
could
hoping I could
you
aim
could get these 3, or
aim. I don't know if you
these
can see.
3.
Maybe I need this guy where I could hit, like, aim it so that it hits these guys.
Yep. So you could get these 3, the south 3, or these 3, the east 3, or these 3. So you can basically get 3 of them. You just have to choose which 3 that are sort of clustered together you want to attempt to get.
I would like to get the south 3, please.
All right. So the ones sort of in your box.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and you can roll the 86 and tell me what your spell save DC is. Oh, there it goes. So 16. So I'm going to go left to right. First, second, third. Oh, one of them managed to save, but the other 2 did not.
Oh, they have advantage on this? Oh, wait, what? Oh, no, I see. Never mind.
So the middle Yeti threw himself down into the snow just in time. Any movement or bonus actions for Bera?
I would like to see here. Gonna move a little bit behind Grimhilda. Ha ha ha, Grimhilda!
No.
And we'll call that good.
All right, Fergus.
All right. Well, I'm gonna finish my drink as I move up, and then I am going to smack the one in the middle with my mug on a chain.
"12" is their defense or armor class. Sorry, in the other game it's a defense. So 12 is their armor class, so that will hit.
Okay.
So 7 points of damage to this Yeti as he's smacked with a mug to the chin.
And then as I draw the mug back to me on its chain, I'm going to kick the other one.
Okay. Ooh, definitely a hit.
Definitely a hit. And then I'm going to, like, as I'm landing from the kick, I'm going to land so that my back is to the one in the middle
Okay.
with the keg between us.
Okay.
And I'm going to proceed to use my 25 movement to shove it south. Does that make sense?
Right, with some of your monk martial arts.
I think we would say that, sure.
All right. So is this one of your key powers?
Nope, this is just me trying to
Ah.
move in the direction of him using the keg as a shield.
All right. Let's make opposed strength athletics checks then.
All right.
Oh, this Yeti, even though he is many times the size of this drunken dwarf, is going to be pushed back. So you can go ahead and push forward as you shove him back up against the wall.
And I'm going to pour myself another drink and end my turn.
All right. This Yeti hasn't been hurt yet. He's going to move up to Lotharian and attempt to hit Lotharian with 2 claw attacks.
Oh, come on. There's one.
Alright, so the second one is a miss, but the first one hits for 7 slashing and 4 cold damage.
Okay.
Oh, alright, remind me of this as I need to apply that to the fired Yetis. So Lotharian, you just got smacked with a Yeti paw.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna smack him right back. I suppose I have a small question here.
Yep.
So I have an extra attack, but I take both. If I take one standard action as an attack, I make both attacks on that action, right?
Yes, though
Can
they
I
don't.
split up the attacks by movement?
Yes, you can split them up
Okay.
between movement.
Okay. All right. So if I action surge, I can have 2 before and 1 after, and so forth.
Yes.
Or if my movements are short enough, I guess I could have attack, short movement, attack.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now that that's established, I am going to first use my bonus action to turn on Fighting Spirit, which gives me advantage to all my weapon attack rolls until the end of my turn. And I'm going to use both of my attacks and oh, hang on. Is action surge a bonus action, or can I just declare a bonus action?
I believe the action surge, you just declare that it happens because
Okay, all right. Because that's in my okay.
It's
in my arsenal right now.
Yes.
So I'm gonna do 2 attacks. So it looks like my sheet is such that my extra damage from dueling style is going to get applied automatically. So I'm gonna roll 1 longsword attack here, and with advantage. So which of these 2 results applies?
So you would take the higher with advantage.
Okay, so it's still not a critical hit though. But that's a hit, and I guess I'm gonna roll the other attack, which is also a hit, and that is damage twice to that Yeti.
Okay.
And that is, wait, hang on. Where's
So
the damage on this?
you click the
okay.
chat output.
Yeah. So 20 slashing damage total to that Yeti. And I suppose it's probably not dead, and so I'm going to I am actually going to action search and hit that dude again. I guess I'm gonna roll that attack. Longsword +1, 8 more points of damage. And that was my turn.
All right. So then we have some Yeti. So first we have the Yeti that is nearest Grimhilda, rushing towards Grimhilda and making 2 claw attacks upon Grimhilda the Black.
Oh no.
I knew that was a good move to get
But
behind
that
you.
is a miss because your armor class is 14, and another miss.
Yes.
Then we have this Yeti down below, next to our drunken dwarf, who has a disadvantage because he got hit by fire last round. So I'll take the lower of these 2. So 2 attacks on the monk, and
Nothing.
16 is a miss, and 10 is a miss. And finally, the Yeti that is by Sigrid has 2 attacks. Ooh, the first one actually hits, so Sigrid gets hit for 5 slashing and 1 cold. And the second one is a miss. You get the shield up just in time, which will bring us to Grimhilda.
Do I know if Yetis are immune to cold damage?
Ooh, you might suspect they perhaps might be.
Okay. So, knowing or suspecting that, I would damage with the frozen magical secret that says I can change cold damage to psychic
That is correct.
damage. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
A no ball swarm. Gonna hit him with knowledge.
So then I'm gonna cast it as. That was the one thing I didn't think about.
The Yetis are going to be woke.
I'm gonna cast it at 3rd level. But I don't know how that number affects me changing it to psychic damage.
So that doesn't get affected. It's going to be a wisdom save instead of the dexterity save.
Okay.
Oh, they're probably much worse than that.
Oh,
Oh, whoa!
as you sing this dirge of snow and ice that conjures up the snowball storm, the Yeti seems that he can avoid some of the psychic snowballs that you hurl at him, but he'll still take the half damage. So that is what 9 points of damage.
If I disengage, do I get it? Am I subject to an attack of opportunity?
You would be.
Oh.
I'm seriously considering going behind Bheur, but no, I'll stick it out. It's okay. This one time. I think that's it for me.
All right. So then it will be Sigrid. So you've just gotten hit by this Yeti, and
I got some injuries, but nothing
Yep.
serious yet. I'm gonna try if I do, let's see, branding smite or blinding smite, and then I hit the Yeti. Say that Yeti.
yep,
I can do that. Yes.
yes,
And that
and
should
your
keep
your
blinding
your blinding smite
and my warhammer and
definitely hits. So then you'll do the warhammer damage as well.
yeah.
So then the Yeti needs to make that Constitution save to avoid getting blinded. Ooh,
And that's
they're getting lucky.
yeah. I'm gonna hit it again. I don't want to turn my back on it with the warhammer again. I guess. Oh, that should
That'll definitely hit.
and damage. Can I keep doing the blinding smite and the branding smite, or can I only use that like
So
once a turn?
it's the next time you hit, it goes off.
Yeah.
So if you had missed, it would continue until you hit,
Okay.
but once you hit, it goes off.
Okay, so I have to wait till my next turn. Think I got anything else?
All right. So takes the extra damage. So it's not blinded, but it still took the extra damage. That was a total of 38. That second warhammer blow after the Yeti is thrown off its balance by the blinding smite is enough to take out that Yeti.
Ooh, great. And I still can't go ahead and attack another Yeti yet. Okay.
You couldn't because you used your 2 attacks, but you could move if you wanted to reposition yourself now that your foe has been vanquished.
Okay, I think the next one I go for is this one. So yeah, just make sure I'm close.
All right. So you're gonna go up to the rescue of Bera and Grimhilda. All right. So then we have this Yeti here. He got hit by a fireball. He is going to rush down to attack this drunken dwarf because then he can gang up a little bit. So we got 2 claw attacks against our good friend Fergus. Oh, he is still afraid from the fire. This other Yeti. It's just gonna have to double move to attempt to gang up on Lotharian, but he does not have enough movement to actually attack. And then this one can also gang up on Lotharian, but he has enough movement that he can attack. But he got hit by fire last time, so these 2 attacks on Lotharian are made with disadvantage. So that's a 12 and a 15, which is also a miss. So then it is back to Bera.
Can you tell me which one of these fine yodeling Yetis has not been hit by fire?
So these, one that's by Grimhilda and Sigrid, and then this one by Lotharian, who has not taken any damage, and this one from Lotharian, who has taken some damage but was not damaged by a fireball. Additionally, their fear of fire only lasts for the next turn. So the ones who got hit by the fireball have recovered their courage.
Not for long. No. Just gonna take a 5-foot step, and we will see. Excuse me, if we can firebolt this guy, and I can do better this time.
So if you want to indicate who you're doing, if you have your cursor selected, if you click and hold, it will create a ping of the color associated with your token.
Okay. And then...
Yep, so that one.
That. And then I have to get... Yes, this guy.
Okay. Oh, so it looks like you clicked the Dragon's Breath and not a Firebolt.
My apologies.
That's all right.
I clicked.
There it is. 24 definitely hits.
Okay, and then we do this.
So 10 points of fire damage. All right. So it lets out a frightened howl as it is hit again with fire. A little red dot to remind myself. Anything else for Bera?
I think... No. Nope. I'm good. Thank you very much.
All right. So then Fergus.
All right. So I essentially have the one behind to the south of me pinned against the rock wall, right?
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to deal with the bad dog that ran up from behind me. And I'm going to smack him with the mug on a chain.
Those will both hit, though that first one will just be the 12, not the 28.
Yeah, so the 12 hits?
Yep, their armor class is 12. They have thick hides, but they are big creatures and easy to hit. Okay. A lot of target area.
Yep. because I double clicked on purpose, so it's just the one attack.
Oh, okay.
But he will take the 6+1 bludgeoning, right?
Did you have advantage? So the
Oh no.
Yep. So
I
it's just the
clicked
6.
the underneath it.
Yep. It's just the 6 because the roll 20 will automatically apply critical damage if you roll a 20.
Oh, gotcha.
But
That's fine.
But you hit it a second time for 8 more points of damage as you knock about this Yeti with your mug.
And then I'm going to kick him.
That again is a hit.
7. Let's see, so I did 1, 2, 3, and then I am going to spend a key point to do flurry of blows, which will allow me 2 more unarmed strikes.
And those both hit. Still on the same Yeti you've been pummeling.
Yep.
Oh, that last kick is enough to take that Yeti out.
Sweet. Then, I believe. And then I'm just going to kind of lean back to continue to pin the one against the wall. And I'm going to start to snore a little as if I had fallen asleep against my barrel.
All right, so as the rest of the party here as Fergus begin to store, one of the Yetis who is up near Lotharian attempts to make 2 claw attacks. Ooh, the first one looks like it hits.
Mm-hmm.
And the second one is a miss, but 7 slashing and 6 cold before Lotharian gets to act.
Okay. And now I suppose I will. I'm just gonna hit him back. Am I gonna use my fighting spirit? They only have 12 armor class. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use another fighting spirit. I get 5 temporary hit points and advantage on both my attacks this turn. So I'm just gonna roll 2 attacks right in a row. 1, 2. They both hit, and that is 8 and.
All right.
Shit. Can I redirect this second attack against the other Yeti, actually?
Sure. So you're going to do the first attack against this one.
Yeah, the original Yeti.
And then the
Because I
second
think the
attack
other
against
attack
the...
is going to be... Yeah, I think that one's going to be a massive overkill.
Okay.
I should have waited to roll that.
So 8 to the first and 15 to the second.
Means leaving an attack on the table, but an incoming attack.
All right. Anything else for Lotharian?
No, I think I'm good right now.
All right. So we've got the Yeti that is adjacent to Grimhilda and Sigrid. It has been frightened by being hit by fire, and it is going to attack Sigrid. So we have 2 attacks at Sigrid with disadvantage. So that 9 is definitely a miss, and but a 23 will hit. So Sigrid is going to take just the 5 slashing plus 4 cold, so just 9 damage total. As the Yeti manages to conquer its fear of fire and get another defensive blow. And then we have the Yeti down by Fergus. Sort of reaching behind him trying to claw at Fergus, who's got him kind of pinned. Ooh, but a 22 should hit.
That would hit.
For 6 slashing and 4 cold. And another hit, it looks like, for another 9 slashing plus 1 cold. As Fergus, pretending to snore, does not prevent this Yeti from unleashing some frigid fury upon him. So then it'll be Grimhilda.
Okay, so on the Yeti in front of me, I am going to hunker down. I imagine he's much taller than me, so I'm gonna look him in the face as best as I can, and I'm gonna tell him he smells like butts and cast vicious mockery on him. So he needs a wisdom save.
Oh,
Oh, come on!
this
Oh boy.
this perhaps this Yeti is half deaf and doesn't quite hear at all the mockery and taunting that Grimhilda attempts to throw his way.
Oh boy.
Anything else for Grimhilda?
I mean, she's gonna try not to wet her pants, and yeah, I think that's it.
All right. So then we are back to Sigrid.
All right, for variety, I'm going to try the branding smite. I'm still going for this guy here.
Yep.
Cast at what level? Level 2, I guess. Is and where am I again? And I'm gonna hit him a couple times with the warhammer. That's my
Okay.
stand.
All right. So that first one is a miss because it was just the 11. But you get to make a second attack, and if that attack hits, it'll do the branding strike, which it did. So it'll be a total of 13. All right.
And I'm going to stay there until we get rid of this one. This one here, because that's not going to finish him off.
Yes, it is still up after that blow. All right. So then we have the unharmed Yeti near Lotharian, ganging up on Lotharian, making a claw attack, but missing, and a second claw attack, and also missing. And then the badly injured one. Oh, his fighting spirit is still strong. So then the badly injured Yeti is hoping to get his vengeance on Lotharian. So we have 2 more claw attacks on Lotharian, but that's a miss. And, ooh, 24 is going to hit. So another 7 slashing and 6 cold to Lotharian before it is Bera's turn.
You.
On the same one you targeted before?
Yes.
All right.
This guy.
Yep. So that will definitely hit, so you can go ahead and roll damage.
There you go.
6th fire, and he will be afeared again. Any other things for Bera?
No, I will stay where I am, far away from Lotharian.
All right. So then Fergus.
All right. Let's see here. Well, he's definitely a bad dog.
That would definitely smack him about a bit.
So 5. I'm going to follow up with another kick, which misses. So I'm going to smack him with the mug again. Oof.
Oh, and that last unarmed strike just kicks the Yeti against the hill, and he goes down hard.
And then I believe, let's see here. I am going to move to here and then use Flurry of Blows.
All right. Ooh, you unfortunately cannot use Flurry of Blows because you would have moved in between, because the Flurry of Blows is immediately after your attack action.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes.
Well, poop.
Well, right. Fergus just did a little dance.
All right. Well, I'll still come up, and instead I'll use that key point on patient defense.
All right. So this Yeti, who's next to both Fergus and Lotharian, is going to take the disengage action and start heading back up into the hill, as the Yetis are now outnumbered and badly damaged. So then Lotharian.
Okay, well, I will first direct an attack against this Yeti here.
Okay.
So for this,
12 is all
exactly
you
what
need.
I needed. And that is 10 points of damage.
Ooh, the Yeti is unsteady, but still upon his feet.
Crying out loud. Well, I guess I'll whack him again. I need so much overkill, though. Who's next after this? Nah, I'm just gonna kill him. Yeah, 9 points damage.
That is more than enough. With just as he wobbles on his feet, you strike again with your longsword, and he collapses into the snow.
Well, that was a waste of patient defense.
So then, after Lotharian, is this Yeti who just got hit by a firebolt, and he is also taking the disengage action. Start running for the hills, afraid of the fire and the fact that they are now outnumbered. Does that make him vulnerable to Grimhilda's sorrowful songs?
Oh boy.
Yeah, teach him a lesson.
So are you saying that, like, do I get to attack him because he's leaving?
You don't get to attack him because he's leaving, because he took the disengage action, but he is showing his cowardice, so perhaps your luck will turn, and they will stop making their saving throws.
Boy, I can hope. You never know. Let's see here. Well, I was going to just flat out attack him, but now he's too far away for that.
Make fun of him.
He's only 30 feet away, so you could run up and hit him.
You know what? I'm going to, because I've gone from being scared to being mad now. How dare he not like my songs, not pay attention to them?
There you
That's
go.
not okay. It's
Mm-hmm.
not okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I 10, 15, 20. Yeah, I can get to him. I am going to run up to him and remind me real quick, when I am casting spells as a bard, I'm using my voice and I'm not using like an item, right?
Right.
Okay. So then I am going to two-hand hit him with my longsword. Oh boy, I don't know if
The
that's
cat
going
is
to do.
celebrating your success.
I know. I was like, is she mad or is she okay with this? I'm not sure.
All right, so that 16 is definitely a hit, so you can roll damage. While I attempt to appease the angry cat, who's. So remember, when you're rolling damage, you click the longsword two-handed in the text output, the chat output.
Oh, that's right. Um. Whoa, big old 6.
All right, so Grimhilda shows her courage, runs up and cuts at the Yeti, further wounding him, but not quite finishing him off. Which brings us to, unless Grimhilda has any bonus actions that you want to use.
No, I already gave my bardic inspiration and it hasn't been used, and I don't want to waste another one.
All right,
Jeez.
so then Sigrid.
Okay, well, this one seems to be a bit more of a dangerous offender than this one up here. So I think I will run up to that one
Okay.
and let me see, smack it with one of these smite things. Let's see what will I try this time. Blinding smite again, I think. Then Warhammer and Warhammer damage, and I can do the Warhammer again.
Ooh, it is blinded. So 27, 39. All right, so this Yeti has been blinded and dealt a mighty blow. Uh, that was Sigrid's turn, so then it is the Yeti's turn. He is blinded, so we'll have disadvantage on its 2 claw attacks to attempt to hit Sigrid. So we got a 14 is a miss, and a 13 is a miss. Which brings us to Bera.
I like that my turn was announced by the cat. I'll take another 5-foot step, and then going after this guy up here that's trying to get away,
Okay.
that no one authorized his escape. He didn't clear it.
22 will definitely hit. Ooh, but alas, the 4 points of fire damage is not quite enough to finish him off, though he was even more incentivized to run away by being afraid of the fire.
Curses.
Anything else for Bear? Oh, you could. Does Bardic Inspiration, I believe you could use that to do extra damage with an attack. If you wanted to spend.
Does it add a D4 to damage rolls?
D8.
You are so impressive.
Poofagers.
That 5 points of damage brought by the inspirational dirge of Grimhilda is enough to finish off that Yeti.
Cassandra, your songs are so good. I'm sorry, Grimhilda, your songs are so good. Oh my god.
Someone has to appreciate them.
When is your next single dropping?
Very soon. Very soon.
When is Bera taking any movement or anything else for her turn, or is it on to Fergus?
No, I'll spend the rest of my turn asking Grimhilda when her next single is dropping.
All right, so Fergus.
All right. He is going to dash up here.
Oh, not letting any Yeti get away, huh?
No, sir.
27 surely hits. 6 does not quite finish, but you have...
That would miss, right?
That would miss.
That would hit.
Ooh, that last mug on a chain hit right to the back of the Yeti's head, knocks him out.
All right. And then I will use the rest of my movement to basically get back to where I had started.
All right, so that brings us to Lotharian. Attacks against this Yeti have advantage because he is blinded.
Oh, well. So that's a 20 and a 27. 2 hits. Probably gonna die. 8 points of damage.
Oh.
14 points of damage.
Yes. Lotharian makes quick work of the final Yeti. As you look around, you catch your breath after the combat. You look around and see there's a strange mound of snow over here with just a little tuft of purple hair sticking out of it.
Well, I think we need to come over and examine the mound.
Seconded.
I'll
Definitely.
follow after I wipe my sword on some Yeti fur.
So you go over to examine the mound, and you brush it away. You brush away some of the snow, and you find a a small cowering figure who had been hiding himself in a snowdrift.
Is he awake?
He is awake.
Does he have a gem upon his person?
He does not. He sort of pops out of the snowdrift.
Are you Mel?
Malvolio the Malevolent, is that your name?
Oh, hello there. I'm very happy that you've saved me from those Yetis. I've had such a terrible day.
Do you have the gem?
Straight to business.
That's
I
fine.
don't think your day's gonna get better.
Oh, I don't. It's
Ugh.
quite a long tale, but I guess I should tell it to you. But before we get to this sad tale of Malvolio the Malevolent, this seems like it's a good time to take about a 10-minute break. So if people need to freshen their drinks or take a bio break or whatever, we'll for most of us it is 10 to the hour. So we'll return at the top of the hour. So we'll take a quick break, and then you'll hear the sad tale of Malvolio the Malevolent.
Sweet.
I'm already unimpressed with his tale.
All right, so we are back playing Tea Time with Granny Bonechewer. It's a 5th edition D&D game. Our party, well, I guess first, Cassandra was just noticing that our team, Known World United, is ranked 115 in the world for donations, which is amazing. Our hope this year is that maybe we'll crack the top 100. So if we can keep going, that should be hopefully within our grasp. Um, where we left off, our party had tea time with the Bheur Hag, Granny Bonechewer. They had been sent out into a blizzard by Granny Bonechewer to find a mysterious sixth visitor for her tea time who had not arrived, but who was supposed to arrive or show up with this gigantic, impressive gem for Granny Bonechewer. Um, Tracking this individual through the blizzard and the snow, the party had come to a rocky area where they were ambushed. Well, where some Yetis attempted to ambush them, but were foiled. And now they have found, sticking out of a snowdrift, a small purple-haired gnome who answers to the name Malvolio the Malevolent, who has just told them that he had a long story to tell about what a bad day he's been having. Oh, yes. I've had such a bad day. It's, well, where do you want me to begin?
Have you been sober too?
The
Oh,
beginning.
yes, I have been sober.
That is a bad day.
Well, all of my dream weed got wet, and I seem to have lost my flint and steel. But, so at the beginning, huh? Well, about a decade ago, I was trying a new method for reanimating zombies when I miscalculated, and
Okay.
that's how
Okay.
my
Stop.
hair turned
I want you
purple.
to start at the beginning of the chapter, not at the beginning of the novel.
Oh, well, so I got this. They call it the heart of the world, and it's this really, well, it's a it's a ruby, and it's like about the size of my head. Now I don't real I realize that my head isn't very large, but it's still impressive. And, well, impressive that a ruby would be that size. Not that my head is impressive, but anyway, I got my hands on this, and I was supposed to bring it to uh, Granny Bonechewer, but I
Yeah.
got lost in this blizzard, and then I met someone who I recognized, Tiny Toes, and I was so happy to see Tiny Toes. I thought perhaps Tiny Toes would help me regain my way and figure out how to get to see Granny Bonechewer. But instead, Tiny Toes just hit me on the top of the head and put me in this snow bank and took off with the heart of the world. And then I started hearing this howling, and I peeked out of the snowbank, and I saw some yetis coming to get me. But fortunately, you arrived. And then the one of you, I guess I don't know any of your names, so the one of you who's drunk, I guess, started hitting yetis, and then the rest of you started hitting yetis, and there was a fireball. And I guess I don't remember much of it after that, because I was trying to make sure the yetis didn't see me as I hid in the snowbank, because I thought maybe when they ran away, they'd scoop me up and take me with them. But anyway, I assume that Granny Bonechewer sent you here to kill me, since I don't have the heart of the world. But I can tell you that Tiny Toes took it, and I can tell you which direction Tiny Toes went.
And can you tell us some other things about tiny toes, like their abilities in fighting, anyone they might be working with or allied with, that sort of thing?
Or their species.
Oh, you don't know. I just assume that everybody's heard about Tiny Toes. Tiny Toes is a frost giant with
Oh, jeez.
abnormally big feet, so everyone has always made fun of him by calling him Tiny Toes. But you, if you if you find some really big footprints in the snow, then you know that you found Tiny Toes. They seem to have some strange snow creatures with them. He did rather, but I don't know what those things are. I just recognized Tiny Toes. It was strange because Tiny Toes was wearing something I hadn't seen Tiny Toes wear before. So Tiny Toes has three heads, but the middle head was wearing a crown made of ice. Like, I don't remember Tiny Toes having that before. But then again, every time I see Tiny Toes, all I can think to myself is, man, are his feet big? Like, really big, ridiculously big, even for a frost giant. Like, how can anything have feet that size? I just don't get it. Like, one of Tiny Toes' toes is probably like twice the size of my head, or twice the size of the heart of the world, which, as I said before, is a very impressively sized gem.
All right. So first off, I'm not drunk. Second, which way did he go?
Oh, yeah, when I saw Tiny Toes was headed, in that southeasterly direction, I think, down the ravine here. And if you look in the snow, you can probably still see, and as you sort of like look in the direction that Malvolio the Malevolent is pointing, you can still see like divots in the snow where it hasn't quite filled back up, even as the snow is falling, and they're in slightly foot-shaped uh, arrangements. If you had like feet that were maybe like 6 feet long and 4 feet wide, 7 feet long, maybe.
All right, and he's got the rock.
Yeah, he hit me on the head. He took the heart of the world, and that was maybe an hour ago. I'm not sure, because after he hit me on the head, I passed out for a while in the snowbank, and then I only woke up because I heard the Yeti howling. And it's a good thing I heard the Yetis howling, because then I hid some more before they sniffed me out. And then, as I was saying before, the rest of you arrived, and then there was the fighting and the fireballs and all of that, and then you found me here in the
We
snowbank.
know, yep,
Oh, I
we
suppose you do know that
know the
part.
part we were in. Good, great. Um, do we believe that he's telling us the truth about not having the gem?
It's, I believe if he was concealing it on his person, unless he had a magic pocket of some type, it would stick out. Since I'm led to believe the gem is of considerable size.
Well, there's enough snow here to hide a gnome, so there must be enough snow to hide a gem. He might be trying to fool us. So
Do,
I'm gonna rummage around the snow, and while I'm doing that, I'm hoping that some of you are gonna ask him about what these creatures look like that accompany Tiny Toes.
hey Mel, is the gem magic?
So Lotharian can make an investigation check. Uh,
Excellent. I'm so good at that.
uh,
Ha!
Bera asks, "Oh, of course it's magical. I didn't have. Well, I thought about casting Identify upon it, but then I was like, do I want to take the time to do that? And then I was like, would it make Granny Bonechewer mad if I cast Identify on the gem? Not that she probably would mind if I knew what its magical properties were, but probably more that it might tempt me to not give it to Granny Bonechewer, and then she'd be very angry with me. And I don't know if you know Granny Bonechewer very well, but I don't know that I want her to be angry at me.
While he's talking, I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
Uh,
Because I'm the epitome of rude.
So Malvolio has a magical wand upon himself, and seems to be under the effect of mage armor. And he has a magical cloak and a backpack that seems to only contain a like it is just full of some strange magical log, and since he's a gnome it's a smallish backpack, so it really is only just filled with like this log.
Okay.
uh
So he is not carrying the gem upon his person.
he does not seem to be carrying the gem upon his person, and he does not seem to have any magical I guess you can't see you can't tell the cloak very much. Like perhaps it's an extra dimensional cloak, but the backpack is not magical. Just the log that is inside the backpack.
Would the Detect Magic spell allow me to see if there was magical items buried in the snow drifts?
Yes. So as you sort of turn your attention to the snowdrifts where Lotharian is sort of poking around, and I'm imagining Lotharian is like poking around with. I guess you're a samurai, so you're not
I
gonna
mean,
use your swords,
I'm
huh?
looking totally in the wrong place, actually.
Yeah. So Lotharian
So,
sort of like kicking snowdrifts here and there, but as you sort of turn your gaze, you're not seeing any magical items in the snowdrifts, because they'd have to be buried pretty far down to cause you to not be able to see them. And if you give me just a moment, I'm going to shut my front door in the hopes that perhaps it will make the near leaf blowing slightly less loud.
well, I don't know much about magic, but could a gem be transformed into a log?
I would say, based on what I'm seeing with this Detect Magic spell, that his story, such as it is, lines up.
Hmm.
Do we want to discuss it right in front of him? Because I'm totally down for that.
So, Mel, what's up with the law?
Oh, it's I mean, it's just a log I have. Uh, it's yeah. Uh, do you want the log?
I was wondering why you're carrying a log around.
I mean, it's kind of useful. I can light it by just whispering a word to it. But like
Mm.
I
But so
don't.
why are you bereft of flint and steel then? You wouldn't need that anyway.
Oh, I suppose I never
Ooh.
thought of it like that. I just, you know, usually I try not to be around the log while it's on fire, because that's kind of the point of this log. But
What happens when the log is on fire to people who are around it?
oh, nothing happens to the people around it. It's just hard to sleep when the log is lit.
I
I
mean,
It's a
Alright,
little bit implausible now,
alright,
really.
Mel. Granny didn't say to kill you, so, unless you have extreme opinions to the contrary, you're coming with us.
Oh, sure. The sure. If
Good.
that means that I'm not gonna die, that seems
Yes.
preferable to dying. I haven't quite figured out
Yes.
how to automatically raise myself from the dead, and I'm a little ways away from figuring out how to become a lich or anything fun like that. So I guess if it means that maybe Granny Bonechewer won't kill me, and maybe, well, you saying that you won't kill me too, I can go with you. Do
I
you
think
want?
we're definitely at the not kill you yet.
Not actively.
Uh,
Yeah.
would
Yeah.
it
Uh-huh.
would
Like,
it
you could still open that door if you wanted to.
would it help at all if I gave you this log? I could tell you the command word.
You know what? We'll save that. And then if we get to the point where we're definitely considering the kill you path, we can definitely negotiate with the log.
I
But I
mean,
think
it's
right
better
now
than
we should
that.
table that.
Yeah. And before we go off hunting for three-headed giants, perhaps we should heal up a bit. I could do mass healing word.
I think that would be fantastic.
Now, yeah, I gotta put in the level. Come on here, you.
Let's
If
see.
it matters for numbers, I don't need any, so.
We can just do it.
I also do not need any.
Yeah, but I do.
Some-
so
some
the
spells-
Lotharian and Fergus. The Fergus is probably feeling no pain.
Yeah,
but
some spells
anyway.
do less
Hey,
people,
I'm
so that's
not,
why I was like, if it matters
Yeah.
for numbers.
I'm
Yeah.
not feeling it, but I could use it.
Yeah. Well, so that one.
I can use some healing too.
So mass healing word. I was just
one-
looking to see.
To be paladin. I'm gonna get used to healing.
So mass healing word is up to 6 creatures. So up to 6 of you could get 5 hit points back. So it sounds like a couple of you might not need the 5 hit points back. But and I don't know if Sigurd would want to. Malvolio looks very badly injured. Like definitely he got hit on the head by a giant.
Yeah, he could be included. He could be included in our 6. I don't mind healing him a little bit because we don't want him dropping dead before it's time.
For now.
He must be getting a little nervous, listening to us say all this.
Just saying. I mean, it was negotiated that we didn't have to bring him back.
No, he's not necessary. Actually,
But,
what's necessary is the duel.
It would be nice if we brought him back, but I mean, if push comes to shove, and that was literally, I believe, the phrasing that Granny used.
Yes. Yeah, we could do with a bit. I could do with a bit more. What else I have here?
So those of you who were down some hit points can get those 5 hit points back. If you wanted to, you could take an hour to have a short rest, or those of you who got potions of short rest, you could drink one of those potions to use some hit dice.
I got one of them. Potion of short rest. Ah, yes, I got one. I'm going to use my potion of short rest, and that means I can do my hit dice.
Yes.
And
so now get you 11 more health back, which might bring you back up.
Pretty close to the top. Okay, there you go. I feel better.
All right. Was anyone else taking any actions to recover anything before you continue on your way?
No,
No.
as long as we have some sort of rest before the major confrontation, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm good for now.
I'm also good for now.
Me too.
All right. So is Fergus taking the lead again, tracking Tiny Toes?
Yep.
All right. So go ahead and make a survival check. All right. So you walk through the blizzard for about an hour. Malvolio drones on about how, oh, I've always dreamed about being able to make a zombie whose flesh is purple. Like, even if it wasn't purple before they were dead, I just really like the color purple. It's part of why I'm not too mad about having purple hair now, or too mad about Granny Bonechewer telling me the wrong component that I needed to turn my zombies purple. Occasionally she's nice, sometimes. Though I think the last time that I drank her tea, let's just say that I was.
What's his movement rate?
His movement rate is like
Can we leave
20.
him behind?
His movement is like 25. So yeah, if you're going at full pace, he might start to fall behind. Are you gonna start to leave Malvolio
He'll
behind?
just start yelling. He'll start yelling, but droning on though.
Move. I'm just gonna scout
Yeah, I'm gonna
ahead.
scout with you. What's your movement?
45.
I'll be right behind you. I have a speed of 30.
So as you sort of like Malvolio like dashes to keep catching up to you as you guys sort of like go ahead and you hear snippets of his log tale of how he really wants purple zombies and purple skeletons. Previously, Bera had sort of been second in the marching order. Is that still the case?
It's fine with me, unless someone else would like to be second. Hearing none, I will remain second.
All right, go ahead and make a perception skill check. So you begin to follow these large tracks in the snow up to a sort of impressive glacier, and you start to see bits here and there where things have been carved into this glacier, glyphs in giant. And so forth.
Giant. I speak giant. Do they say things like, turn around, I'm gonna murder you, abandon all hope?
They say things like
Property of tiny
uh,
toes.
property of Jorund the Mighty.
Oh, Tiny Toes was here? No. Jorund the Mighty. All right. Okay.
Tiny Toes' real name, you know.
Yeah, I've definitely passed that on to the team that it's Tiny Toes, aka Jorund the Mighty, aka Tiny Toes. Does that sound? Does that pass the mustard with Mel? Does that
Uh,
line up with what he knows?
Maybe. I always forget Tiny Toe's real name. It
Oh, I'm
really
so
makes him
sad.
mad.
I asked him.
Tiny
Okay,
Toes
good. So
is a
maybe we
stage
can just.
name.
Yeah.
Does Tiny Toes get mad when you call him Tiny Toes? I mean, we would, if so, we don't want to go rushing up to him saying, "Hello, Tiny Toes. Do you have a
Oh,
valuable gem?"
yeah, it does really make him mad when people call him Tiny Toes. He doesn't think that his toes are tiny, and I don't think he gets that it's funny to say that his toes are tiny when they're objectively not.
Wow. So we'll just go. Oh, we'll stick with Jorund the Mighty for whatever frost giant type creature we meet. Proceed, Fergus.
All right.
Your Excellency. Your
Um,
drunkenness.
So you're following this trail some more, and you come into a where it's like it dead ends at this sort of chasm that goes into the uh, the glacier, where there is a sort of this icy cliff, and carved into the glacier is what appears to be perhaps a skull, and sleeping. But the like the mouth of the skull is big enough that a large creature could walk into it and use it as a door. Um, and sleeping just outside this cave, there is a giant white wolf.
Great. Are these the creatures, Malvolio, that accompany Tiny Toes?
Oh God, don't ask him.
Oh, I don't remember seeing that
Wolf
wolf.
looks pretty chunky.
And we established none of us had very good nature checks.
Do you think the Tiny Toes used that magic ice crown to turn into a wolf? I didn't get a good look at it, but I guess something like that could happen.
or it's a wolf.
Can I roll a nature check to try to determine at least if I think it is a naturally occurring
Ooh.
giant wolf or if it is a magically aberrant giant wolf.
Yes, go ahead and make your nature check. Malvolio would say, the things with him before, the snow creatures, they were like humanoid, like snow goblins sort of things. They had little wings though. Bera, looking at this giant wolf, it looks a lot like what you've heard in tales referred to as a winter wolf, a uh, a uh, a wolf that has taken on some of the ice and snow, so it might be able to have some sort of like frosty breath weapon and be much stronger than a standard wolf or dire wolf.
It's a dire wolf, but stronger and adapted for the ice.
Yes.
Okay, but not definitely something that some magicy frost giant made up for fun and games.
No, you've
Okay,
it's something you recognize.
all right, that's promising.
Well, what's it doing?
It is sleeping outside of this cavern entrance.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. Who has animal handling?
Not
It's on my
me.
character sheet. Does that count as having it?
Not me.
I do. I'm gonna
Go-
wobble up.
Go for it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do
You
it.
should go pet it.
Hoppy.
Do it.
I'm gonna wobble my way up. And
If you make a friend,
with a good old scratch under the armpit.
if you can get this wolf to be friends with us, I will give money to Zach's campaign or to Zach's extra life fundraiser.
Oh
Alright.
my gosh, do well.
So Fergus is gonna wobble up towards the wolf.
Yep.
All right, go ahead and move your token towards this wolf.
That's not ominous.
What technique is Fergus using to try and the wolf definitely begins to like sniff the air and wake somewhat as you get close to it. Do you have a plan for how you're going to encourage it to be a friend?
Yep. He's gonna go with the tried and true. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? You're a good boy. And then begin to, do the ribcage scratch. Give it all the good scratches.
Any doggy treats on you, do you?
I got Mel.
Aside from Mel, not really.
So you start to scratch at it, and then go ahead and make a perception skill check.
All right.
Ooh. So in the eyes of this carved skull cavern come out two small icy creatures.
Imps.
Oh, are they the goblins? Do they have wings?
They do have little wings.
Uh-oh.
And one of them calls out something in Goblin. Does Fergus speak Goblin? Or not Goblin, Giant.
Fergus does not.
Does not speak Giant. All right. So Barrow spoke Giant though.
Yes.
So go ahead and make a perception check for Barrow to see if you can recognize what was called out.
There you go.
Ooh. So Bera hears these weaselly little ice creatures call it in giant. Hey, boss! Somebody's messing with your dog.
I relay the message to Fergus that A, what they said, B, that they said it in giant, and C, don't they bear an alarming resemblance to the creatures that Mal described? And also D, how is that animal handling going? Because if it's not going well, you might want to step away from the dog.
Yeah, does my perception let me know how the dog is responding?
So the perception lets you know that you can hear something large getting up and standing from just inside the cave in the darkness. You also realize that as this wolf looks at you, it's got eyes that have like a much more intelligent, like cunning than your standard wolf. Um, it seems to sort of be like biding its time right now. Um,
Okay.
Back up.
I'm gonna soldier on and continue with lifting the dog over with belly scratches.
all right. So uh, as the you're giving this sort of like mostly indifferent wolf belly scratches, um, you hear called out from the interior of the cavern as something approaches the edge. Who's messing with my dog? Get away from my dog!
Is his voice so high?
I don't know that I'm messing with it. I mean, who sees a handsome pup like this and doesn't want to go say hi? You're a good boy. Yes, you are. Why? Who are you? Other than
I'm
self?
Jarmund the Mighty. You should get away from my avalanche before I tell him to attack you.
Wait, who are you?
I'm Jarmund the Mighty. Have you not heard of me? My name is carved into the ice walls here to warn people to stay
I
away.
don't think so. I mean, we're looking for a guy named Jerkrod Tippy Toes.
Ugh.
He's got a thing that we have to get.
What did you say?
We're looking for Jerkrod Tippy Toes. Do you know him?
The three
He's
heads,
about
look at each
he's
other
about
and they all let
8
out a very deep roar as this giant begins to rage. And then let's roll initiative.
Tippy toes. Oh, here we go.
Okay, come on, roll 20. All right. Well, Fergus gets to go first. Good, some good initiative this round or this time.
Since I am already scratching the dog that is not showing me the proper love back, I'm going to start by asserting some dominance with a couple unarmed strikes.
You're giving the rough pets, huh?
Yep. And on the second one, I'm going to spend a key point to do stunning strike. So it has to succeed on a Constitution saving throw or be stunned until the end of my next turn.
All right. So both those hit because its armor class is a 14. And
Okay.
what was the DC of that con saving on? Ooh,
Uh,
5. It doesn't matter.
Okay. It just says, yeah, I don't know what it just says
It
it
would
must
be
succeed on a Constitution saving throw.
so monk. It would be 8 plus your wisdom modifier plus your proficiency bonus.
Okay. So it'd be 12. And you said wisdom?
Yes.
So it'd be 15.
Okay. And how long does the stunning last? Just
Till the end of my next turn.
till the end of your next turn. So the avalanche, this winter wolf, is stunned until the end of Fergus's next turn.
And then once that's done, Fergus is going to tipsy wobble his way very speedily through Tiny Toes' legs so that I'm behind him. And then mug on a chain and unarmed strike.
Those both hit. All right, so you have 2 blows against this Jormund the Mighty. Anything else?
And then I'm just like, my goal from here on out is just to camp out right behind him and use him as my meat shield.
All right.
Because he can't punch me if I'm behind him.
All right, we have Mephit flying down to see what's going on. Grimhilda.
Okie dokie. Fortunately, I am very far back. So, what I was going to do, I now found out I can't do.
The worst.
I know. I was looking at the spells and I was like, oh, this is good. And then I started realizing how far back I was. So that's not going to work. I am going to... That just seems like a waste. Oh boy. Well, I'm going to move closer, obviously. That's not going to work for me either.
You could use vicious mockery to insult his abnormally small toes.
I actually considered it, but I still have to be within 60 feet.
He's very sensitive about it.
I mean, I really wanted to, but I might have to spend my turn double moving because
Is this just Mockery in action or a bonus action?
it is an, oh boy, in action.
Okay.
So 60
So
feet
that's
is about here. Uh,
yep.
your
And I can only
synaptic
move.
static spell is 120 feet.
There we
Though
go.
you'd have to put it far enough that it didn't get Fergus. So you'd want to put it so it was like centered here, and it would get a frost giant, a wolf, and a mephit.
Yes, that is what I'm going to do. It was the very last spell in the list I was looking at. I was like, oh, there you go. Okay. Do I need to mark a spot on the map to use it, or can I just use it and then you know where it goes?
You can just use it, and I'll just know where the we just for the initial targeting is where we figure out um, the 20-foot radius. So
Okay, so I'm gonna use that.
okay, so intelligence save for half. They all have intelligence 2 or better, so they'll hit. All right. So let's see. Does Tiny Toes make his intelligence save? Does not. Does an Ice Mephit make its intelligence save? Put everything over here. So with a bit of discordant melody, Grimhilda the Black conjures up a painful psychic burst. Ooh, that just causes the Ice Mephit to explode in a shard of ice.
Yay!
Done.
It's the first time something didn't save. Hitting my stride, finally hitting some good notes.
And hits the other two for full damage. Alright, and then Grimhilda could move up, so that you will be closing the distance for your other spells. And I don't know if you have any other bonus actions you want to take.
Oh, I think. Oh, wait. I think Bardic Inspiration has a distance on it too, doesn't it?
It is probably an ally within 30 feet.
Within 30 feet.
This one says 60, but I think I'm
Oh.
still out of 60. I'm just slightly out of 60 yet, so.
Oh, for Fergus? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's what. Yeah. I'm saving it for him. So it's gonna need it.
All right. So then Sigrid.
I am really far away too. I do have a javelin though, so I think I'll move up a bit closer. But if I can't, I don't think I can get close enough to actually use my warhammer. But if I can get move, oh, I got the wrong thing here. This isn't a cliff. This isn't a cliff that I have to climb over or anything, is it?
Down at the south,
just,
no. You're sort of
no,
coming down off this rocky part into the snow.
Oh, okay. I had the perspective wrong. That's all. Okay, well, I'll get a bit closer. I can't move that far, can I? It's only 30.
So you could get to about there.
20, there. Yeah. Warhammer, and I think I'll go. Very good. Can I throw it again? Yeah. Or how does that work?
Yep, you can make the 2 attacks. Yep, with javelins.
Yeah, so I can make a second attack. Yeah, okay.
Okay, and
That's better. That's more like.
Yep, the second attack will hit, and that was against the wolf or Tiny Toes.
Tiny
Tiny
Toes, the
Toes,
big
okay.
monster.
All right, so 2 javelins go flying into the cavern mouth, one of which sticks this 3-headed frost giant. Which brings us to Lotharian.
Okay, and I will I'll move 60 feet here, and I will use a second wind. I don't know if I can do that directly with my sheet, but that's 13 hit points.
Yep. All right. Call upon your fighter
It
training.
looks like my... Okay.
And,
So, I'm done.
all right. We got 2 more methods flying down. This mephit flies, that's in the right eye, flies back down into the cavern through that right eye, so that he is behind Fergus. Oh, let me help you, master. And he's going to attempt to claw at Fergus. Ooh, but definitely misses. Which brings us to Tiny Toes. You hurt my dog! Why'd you hurt my dog? And then we're...
You hurt your dog.
So it's going to be a minus 1d6 out of his attacks, but he grabs up... He's raging. So he has advantage with his attack roll. Oh, it's all set. Advantage with his attack rolls. So he gets 2 great axe attacks on Fergus. So that's a 29 because he has advantage. For 25 slashing damage.
Ow.
Ooh. Yep, because 29 even with a minus 1d6 is going to still be enough. And then a second attack. It's also a 29.
Which misses. Oh, because he's got advantage.
He's got advantage. And a mighty 44 points of damage.
Huh. Can I do anything about that?
You shouldn't have hurt my dog.
Are you down, Fergus?
Yeah.
Just a little. Just a little bit down.
Mostly.
All right.
Okay.
So then it is Bera's turn. Oh, actually, before that, at the end of each of its turns. So Tiny Toes gets to try and make a intelligence save. Oh, Tiny Toes shakes off that synaptic static. Bera.
Okay. We don't need to be super close, but we'll just inch our way forward a little bit. Let's see here. So we're gonna fireball again since it worked out pretty well the last time. So let's see. if we can get, that's a 20-foot.
So I think you will have to choose which of the
I think,
methods you won't get.
yeah.
Yep.
So I think
You're gonna go for the
if
wolf.
I get this one,
Yep.
the wolf, tiny toes, and the lefterly most
Yep.
method.
All right.
Because I don't want to get Fergus. Because that would
Hey.
only add to his problems.
Currently, I am impervious to your fireball.
I don't want to test that though. So let's.
All right. Fireball for 28. My stunned winter wolf automatically fails saving throws. My ice method made his saving throw.
Jerk.
And Tiny Toes made his saving throw. But they still take the half damage.
Mhm.
Alright. And you took your movement. Anything else for...
Oh, yes. I would like to do the bonus action of invoking my blade song. Thank you for asking, and I'm done.
Alright, so the fireball disappears, and it's clear that the poor Avalanche, the Winter Wolf, was taken out by that fireball. A very slightly melted looking ice mephit and a very angry looking frost giant remain.
The dog had his chance. Hashtag no regrets.
It was a bad boy.
Malvolio is going to move over to the side of the wall and press himself against it and try and hide. And we have an ice mephit. Ice mephit's just gonna try and get away from the frost giant because it doesn't want to be in fireball.
Why not? It's a good time.
So then that brings us to Fergus. So Fergus gets to make a death saving throw.
You can do it. We're coming, Fergus. That was
All right.
not. Come on, I give another one of my rerolls.
You
out.
can.
I did buy 5 of them. So
Yep.
can we reroll that death save and do a better
Yes.
job?
I will do my best. Thank you.
That's 1 towards stable. It's not the 20 that pops you back up, but it is also not a die-in death save. So that was Fergus, and then it is Grimhilda.
Okay, I have a question.
Yep.
For Bardic Inspiration, it's good on saving throws. Does that also work on death saving throws?
Yes, because death saves
Okay.
are a saving throw.
Okay. So I'm gonna give Fergus a Bardic Inspiration, just in case he needs it for another.
Do you have to be within
throw.
60 feet?
Oh yeah, sorry, I should move first.
So you'll need to be up by Lotharian.
Perfect. Just the right spot. Okay, we'll do that, and then on the big bad guy, we're gonna cast Vicious Mockery, and I'm gonna tell him his toes are ugly.
And tiny and smelly.
Tiny and smelly and ugly, and they're terrible.
Oh man.
Aww.
Well, let's just
Really,
take out
I'm
one of the
really,
toes.
really good at the low damage apparently.
He's not saving.
But
And
the hurt inside is so real.
Well, the
And-
big thing about that is he'll get disadvantage on his next.
yep,
attack.
disadvantage on his next attack.
Yep, that was the big thing. I was afraid if I didn't give him disadvantage that Fergus was going to be in real trouble.
All right. So anything else for Grimhild? Oh, nope, because you did spell bonus action for inspiration and a
And move.
movement. So then
Yep.
Sigrid.
If I did blinding smite and then I hit him, does he all 3 heads go blind or just one? It's hardly worth doing it if it's just one.
You suspect it might just be one.
Maybe I'll use branding smite instead. It's not as powerful, but it's not much. I'll use that one. Okay, where we go. Submit, and then I'll stay where I am. Oh dear, that was not very helpful. I will stay where I am and throw a javelin at him
All
a
right.
couple times.
Well, that javelin definitely hit.
Hmm
So you'll get
And
to do
where did that go again?
8.
And I'll do it again. Seem to be having trouble moving around this time. Yeah. Foot seems to be a good place to be.
All right. 2 javelins strike poor Tiny Toes, and then is Lotharian's turn.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna double move because then I won't be able to attack since I did not regain my action surge. So I'm gonna single move and I think use my light crossbow. So there's 30 feet, and I guess this is pretty close. But I'll shoot my light crossbow once and twice for my extra attack. Once and twice. How many hits is that?
That is 2. Armor class is
Okay.
only 15. Big and not super armored.
So the dueling style damage doesn't apply, but
Doesn't
that
apply.
is 19 damage total.
Oof.
And that will be my turn. That's it.
All right. I'm going to refresh my Roll20 super fast or super quick. Well, hopefully it'll be quick, in the hopes that it will reconnect to the Roll20 and then it won't take as long to input enemy hit points.
Yep.
Yes, this already seems faster. So then we got some ice mephits. So one ice mephit's going to go up towards Lotharian. And with its terrible icicle claws, make an attack. Ooh. Does 19 hit, or is that just shot? It
hits.
Exactly. For 3 slashing and 1 cold. And next ice mephit is gonna come up and try and gonna come up and frost breath, exhale a frosty breath weapon that will get both Sigrid and Grimhilda the Black. So a DC 10 dexterity saving throw, or take 5 cold damage. For Sigrid and Grimhilda the Black.
You said Dex, right?
Dex, yes.
Ooh.
So if you fail, you take 5 points of damage. If you succeed, you take 2.
Sandra, way to go.
I think I succeeded. Woo!
This other ice mephit is going to fly back out of the eye. And I guess if there's one of you by him, clearly he won't get hit by fireballs. So he'll risk a claw at Lotharian and miss. And Tiny Toes come out.
He's a biggin.
Oh, come on.
That's what I was waiting for.
He's gonna whack me.
friend killed my
Wait,
dog!
What's happening here?
And make a attack against. Oh, he would have ended up here. Because then you can make a great axe attack against Lotharian and one against Sigrid. So first attack against Lotharian.
What an asshole.
This one is a
Wait.
the first attack, so it's just a flat.
Oh, come on.
Oh, is that even at disadvantage because of the vicious mockery too?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
So then only 37.
Nope. It it's not because the disadvantage cancels out his rage advantage, so it's still the.
Oh, it's still the crit, so that's 56.
Yep. And the second attack at Sigrid. Oh, is a 20. Oh, I guess it's still a 26 because he's raging. So Sigrid is going to take 30 points of damage as this giant goes all John Wick after you've killed his poor dog.
Okay.
Which brings us to Bera.
I wasn't expecting that. I'm going to, well, let me clear this with you. What I would like to do is Dimension Door over to Fergus and then pour my potion of short rest onto him or into his mouth, considering what a drunkard he is, hoping that that will cause him to spring up and go deal with the problems that are behind me.
That seems reasonable as long as Dimension Door is a bonus action, which I think it is.
Dimension Door is an action. Misty Step is a bonus action.
Oh, okay. So then Dimension Door would use your action. You'd have to wait around to pour the potion.
So pouring the potion is an action in and of itself.
It is an action.
Okay.
If Misty Step gets you, because you could still take your movement and Misty Step and break your movement up before or after the Misty Step. So if Misty Step gets you the 30 extra feet, that's close though.
30 and my movement's 30, so that would get me there.
Yeah, not quite close enough to
chuck it at him. So I will, let me change my cursor. So I will instead Misty Step over here and use my movement.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna get you first next round. Instead, let's do one more fireball, since everyone thought
they clumped up again, didn't they?
They did.
The ice methods were being so good, so you could definitely get the frost giant and these two ice methods without getting any of your allies.
Okay, so we'll do that.
Yeah, the ice methods they were so conscious of that, and then the tiny toes just clumped out into the middle.
God darn it! It's okay. This is my fireball, so it's you've exhausted my supply.
So ice method 1. Ice method 2. Oh, they both
ice
make
methods,
it.
That's not fair.
And tiny toes. Oh.
Ooh.
All right. But that still finishes off that ice method and reduces this one to a melty shadow of its former self. Malvolio is hiding because he's a coward and he doesn't have any. No. Malvolio is going to start moving because maybe he can cast some Animate Dead. Because if he could Animate Dead, then he could have a zombie friend. So he's going to double move, ice method. It's gonna move over here and use. Oh, I probably can't get both of you, but we can get Grimhilda with a frost breath. So Grimhilda needs to make a DC 10 dexterity saving throw, and then it'll be Fergus's turn for a 5 points of cold
no.
damage. And then it'll be Fergus's
what
turn
was
for
that?
a death save.
That was a real bad dex roll is what that was, apparently.
Oh, you have
Ferg-
resistance though to cold damage. Don't forget that, Cassandra, because you have
Oh,
the Song of Numbing Cold as a College of the Cold Hearts bard.
oh, that's right.
All right, so Fergus remains insensate.
Did not go well. Do I have advantage on this, or do I not remember that correctly?
You don't have advantage. You could use that inspiration to roll a d8 to add to that. I don't know if you want to hold off or if you want to use that now.
I'm gonna get to you next turn and pour a potion of short rest on you.
All right.
In you, on you.
Yep.
So you're not
Right.
gonna be dying for very much longer.
All right.
So Grimhilda.
Yes. My turn. Okay. How much damage was that again, by the way?
It would have been 2 points of damage after your resistance, because it was 5 before it.
Okay. Okie dokie. So, because this is all very upsetting, there's way too many bad guys going on. She is going to... Oh, damn, I should have used that spell last time. She's going to create a 40-foot cube that's going to encompass and... Ugh, how do I do the marking again for...
So
the box. Sorry.
Yeah, which one's the box?
So
The
if you
draw
go
shape
to the
one?
paintbrush, there's a draw shape object option, and you could draw a shape.
Okay, so the hope is to... Oh, that's not it. To get these two.
You could definitely get those two. Yep.
And I am going to cast Slow.
Ooh. So it's a wisdom save for Tiny Toes. For the ice method. Ooh, it looks like they might have both unfortunately saved.
Yep. Is there a fail on it? Or a save on it?
There's not anything if they save. So unless anyone wants to use a reroll, they have avoided the slow.
Do we? I'll use one of my rerolls to force Tiny Toes to reroll. So that's my third out of 5.
Thank you.
Oh no!
Ah!
Oh, jeez Louise.
Listen, TT. I'm not amused.
That's got the good rampage rage going.
Killing me.
Anything else for Grimhilda?
No.
I mean, I wasn't sure if you were gonna move to be further away from this very angry giant, or
You're gonna go hide with Mel.
That is a good thought. I can... Yeah, no, I'm totally going over by Mel. We're gonna... the switching of stuff is,
yeah.
I'm not used to it. I'm getting there. Getting there, guys. Promise.
So while Grimhilda moves, because that will use up the remainder of your action, then it is Sigurd's turn.
I'm going to use Blinding Smite, even if only hits one of them. And since I'm closer now, I'll go with my +1 Warhammer at, of course, the big guy here, him.
Yep. So you can go ahead and since you got a critical hit,
Nice.
click to roll Blinding Smite again because that will also be doubled.
Oh, okay, great.
So
Blinding Smite.
it won't use up
Blinding
another
Smite.
spell slot, but it will.
Yeah.
18
And we'll do another
Yikes. Hang on.
plus. So that's 29, 37, 41. All right. So, Tiny Toes needs to make a Constitution saving throw with advantage because it has double eyes. So not blinded, but all that extra damage. And then, Charlotte, you can just decide which of the adjacent squares you want to move to. So you're next to this angry giant.
So I'm next to the angry giant. Okay. Oh,
Um,
is that too close? Yeah.
Yep, that's where you need to be. But you did do. Did I do the damage? No, huh? What did I say? 11, 22, 29. Alright, and we got a very badly hurt looking giant. So then Lotharian.
Okay. Well, do I have to move up to this giant to attack with my longsword?
You would need to move 5 feet to attack with your longsword, which would
So
mean
that's going to give one method at
one
least an
Mephit can
attack.
try and claw at you.
That's fine. I'll do it. If I move to this square here, is it good enough, or do
Yep,
I need to move
that is
to?
good enough because the
Alright.
giant is in that adjacent square, and the Mephit has
So-
missed.
Okay. So then I will use my last fighting spirit, which gives me 5 temporary hit points, which I quite badly need. And also gives me advantage on both my attacks against this giant. So now I'm attacking with my longsword.
Ooh, 20
Oh,
because
that's
you
22.
got
Yeah.
the advantage, so 22 hits.
And 27.
Yep.
So the damage is 8 and 15, so 23 points of damage total.
Tiny Toes teeters, but does not fall over.
Oh,
Oh.
come on.
He doesn't fall over. He's supposed to be dead.
No, there's still 1 hit point left in the bar.
1 pixel left.
So close. Ice Mephits.
Wait, I reused my second wind. I was gonna make a flatulence joke. Anyway.
Ice Mephits. See where this is going. So there, this one is just
Slay
flying
him and take his
away.
place.
And this one is going to disengage and then fly away. And then Tiny Toes.
Wait, he's too far to use his great, too close to use his great axe, right?
Now it's up to 10 feet.
Curses. Well,
So Tiny Toes. When does this rage end? Until it's incapacitated. Okay.
Please tell me he has to make an acrobatics check to walk 5 feet. Trips due to his tiny toes. That does the 1 point of damage that takes him out. And it turns out his nickname was his ultimate weak spot and defeat.
I feel like as long as he stubs his toe, that's 1 point of damage, isn't it?
Yeah. The ultimate, like, irony / karmic penalty here.
Tiny Toes is just going to look around. Oh, why'd you kill my dog? See if we hit Lotharian with a great axe.
yeah.
And Sigrid with a great
9
axe.
and 0.
With with advantage because he's still raging with that last bit of anger by his dog. So it'll end up being 33 points of damage to Sigrid. And then it is Bheur.
I'm down to 0 too now.
Jeez Louise.
Malvolio
Oh, no.
is like, oh yes, zombie friends. That's not my Malvolio voice. Oh, I can finally have some zombie friends.
You leave them alone.
All right.
Uh,
Okay.
So you remaining folks should do that 1 hit point of damage. Otherwise, you're gonna get whacked next.
I'm doing my best. Okay, dude, you can have my potion of short rest. I pour it down your experienced gullet.
So Fergus can spend as many hit dice as he wishes. And would gain back any other things that you refresh on a short rest.
Then I don't think I have any spells that do bonus action damage.
There we go. That's going to work better. How many hit points do I get back?
You can use as many hit dice as you want, because you basically get a short rest.
Actually,
Go nuts.
yeah. Fergus goes next now.
No.
How can D8 plus 3 be? Oh, God.
But you can use as
Roll the
many hit
1.
dice as you want, up to your 9.
Okay. 2.
Ooh. It's feast or famine. All right,
right.
that's the 9. So what, the first 4 is 30, 39, 45, 52, 57, total of 63 hit points, and you always heal from 0, so you
Woo.
back
I
up.
feel way better, y'all.
All right. You need to go out there and deal with the giant because I can't. I'll
Malvolio
get out of your way.
looks around. Oh, I was gonna make him a zombie friend. And he's
You.
gonna just sort of move over here. Ice methods are fleeing. So that brings us to Fergus.
Okay. So I'm coming up from behind him, right?
Yep.
All right.
He's not expecting this.
Let's do some damage.
Oh, that'll definitely hit. With one last mug on a chain attack right to the back of Tiny Toes' head, he just topples over as Fergus continues to beat on him with the mug on a chain.
And I'm really tempted to do the full-on flurry of blows, but we'll just stop.
Don't know if I can help the other party members.
I think he can just stabilize us.
I have a
Is there
healing word.
Oh,
and
good.
all the other attackers are gone, right?
Yep, all the other Mephits are fleeing in terror.
All right. I am gonna search the giant for the gemstone.
Search the cave. Wait, you got this, Grimhilda?
So
You gonna
my
fix this?
my thought is I'll healing word Sigrid, and then maybe Sigrid can heal Lotharian, because it is a spell slot for me to do it. So
That's just good. I'll take a
Um,
look in the cave. Because I should definitely go into the cave alone.
Yeah.
So there is
Okay.
a a filthy pile of rags and furs in the cave, and
Gross.
perched on those is a a ruby with some gold stuff attached to it, about the size of Malvolio's head.
Oh.
All right, so Sigrid will get 8 hit points back, and then if Sigrid was going to try and heal without using a spell slot, it would be using the Paladin Lay on Hands, which I believe is
Paladin Lay on
5.
Hands.
It's a pool of hit points equal to 5 times your level, I think.
I can't find it. Paladin.
Yes, Lay on Hands, it's equal to 5 times your Paladin level, so you basically have a pool of 45 hit points that you could dole out. Lotharian only needs 1 to prevent Malvolio from rushing over and zombifying him.
Okay, I got. So it doesn't seem to highlight, so I can click on it or anything. Though I see
It
Lay on Hands.
doesn't. So you can just tell
So
us how you're splitting those 45.
okay, so who's really injured now? It's just me and Lotharian, isn't it? So why don't I split 20-20 and then have 5 for emergency?
All right.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
I'm never gonna have a zombie friend.
Don't let him see that the giant is dead.
The dog is right there. He could have a dog zombie.
Hmm.
How
Huh.
fast is this zombie process? Like, is it speedy? Is it going to be like the same time as a short rest for everybody? Or is it like we're going to have to wait here for days? Come on, Mel.
Oh, no. I'm not a good enough necromancer to raise up anything that's not like a human type creature. So the tiny toes is too big, and the dog is also too big. But if one of you had died, I could make you into a zombie friend, and then we could be friends forever, or I guess until you were double killed again as a zombie.
Well, it sounds like you have something to aspire to, Mel.
Zach, I want to search Tiny Toes for anything.
So Tiny Toes has
Ice crown.
a weird giant-sized ice crown, a giant great axe made out of ice. Um,
Put on the crown. Put
I,
on the crown.
I'm gonna put on the crown.
Yeah.
so it just sort of like goes down and becomes a very kind of pointy and painful belt because it is much too large. Like it just like goes over your head and your shoulders.
That's fair.
You hear voices.
Uh, you don't. Uh, roll a d12.
Oh boy.
D12.
So you also find a normal-sized great sword that the giant clearly had been holding on to. Oh, that's the same result. And a griffin, a pendant made out of a griffin head that's hanging on 20 feet of hempen rope. So it makes a nice like pendant for a giant, and for anyone else, it's just like a weird trophy you could drag on the end of 20 feet of rope.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one.
Catch
And
the rope from the pendant in case the pendant is of some use or value. Make it easier
well,
to carry around.
it's just a full-size griffin's head.
It's like someone took
Not
the
magic.
deer off a wall and put
Yeah.
a rope on it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so it's not likely to be useful magic or anything.
It's just gross. Anyway, I found the heart of the world thing. So I suppose we can go back, if assuming that we're no longer zombifying anything and or bleeding to death.
There's also on Tiny Toes has a heavy sack with 700 gold pieces and 50 platinum pieces.
I will definitely someone
Nice.
grab that.
Yes, let's grab that for sure.
And no, we are all in agreement right now that no one is telling Granny about the money.
Oh no, she didn't
No.
ask
Okay.
us to look for money, did she?
Right. Pact. You got it, Mel? Nobody is telling Granny about the money. Otherwise, we're
Or
going to have
me
to
either.
renege on the whole not killing you.
Oh, but
I
if
don't want to hear
Granny asks me that what
Mhm.
we found, I
You're going to
really
say we
should.
found the heart of the world.
Oh, so are you gonna give the heart of the world to Granny Bonechewer?
Yeah, I'm not an
Mhm.
idiot. I'm just going to keep the money.
Oh, I mean, aren't you curious what it might do?
So I'm taking a much more pragmatic approach to the world where I'm trying not to be curious about things that can get me actively killed.
Oh,
I'd like to live. Wouldn't you like to live? I think we covered this earlier.
I mean, what if you could use the heart of the world to kill Granny Bonechewer, and then you could have the gem and not have to worry about her?
Hmm. I don't know. We just had trouble defeating the ice giant to get the gem.
I think we should take on Granny Bonechewer. I think we should fulfill our side of the bargain and leave the money.
Yeah, she said we were good when we did this.
It's true. Although she also made me sober.
Oh, I
So,
can see
you
how.
know, I
Well,
could
we
go
just
either
don't
way.
drink any more tea. I mean, that solves that problem.
I think she just really wanted you to appreciate how good your liquor was, and the only way to do that was to get sober so you could drink some more.
I mean, maybe.
All right, out of morbid curiosity, then Mel, what do you think she's going to do with the heart of the world?
I don't know. I never, before it got taken by me from me by Tiny Toes, I never uh asked what it was, but she did send me to get it from the stronghold of a lich who some other adventurers had killed before the lich was able to reform because they were careless and they didn't find its phylactery. So, you know, it came from a lich. And I guess maybe that's not the best sign, but maybe it means that it could help me turn myself into a lich. Uh,
Mm.
so I think maybe.
Hey Mal, do you have identify?
Oh, yeah, I can identify it. Do you want me to
Let's.
identify it?
I think that might be a good plan.
Yeah. Well, if you wanna put it down next to me, and everyone can gather around it. I will I'll cast identify, and
Yeah,
then
that sounds like a terrible idea.
we'll all know what it does.
I'm going to position myself behind Malvolio.
All right,
Yeah, I'm not
Just
standing
stay at a
next to it.
certain distance from him.
I'm
I'm
game.
not going to
Yeah,
hop
I'll
there's no
stand
over.
next to him.
there's no way I'm doing that.
That's
Can I
fine.
be off? Can I be off taking a short rest while all this is happening?
I still haven't taken any damage. I'm good. I'll stand right there. Go in the cave if you want to be safe.
I'm gonna go like over here.
Oh, don't what? Why is everyone hiding from me? Like I'm
And then
just
like the Joel's gonna be right here.
uh I'm
I'm here with you, buddy.
I'm
You and me. We're like, we're like two guys and a horse
mm, I
with
was
a log.
You know what they say? You can lead a horse to water, but why?
Yeah.
Who's just gonna, you know? Well, okay. Well, uh, here
It may
I
be awesome.
go.
If
Dead
he
people.
does not cast Identify, I am going to whack him upside the head.
Why don't you make an Arcana check? You're looking for a difficulty of 15.
Okay, let's do that. I would like to use one of my rerolls, please.
You certainly can.
Okay.
All right. So you're watching as he's starting to go through the motions of casting a spell, and he is not casting Identify.
All right.
So let's, for Bera and Malvolio, roll initiative to see which of you will get to go first, and then, as needed, we'll roll initiative for the others as Malvolio attempts his terrible deception.
So sneaky.
Am I able to tell at all that he's being sneaky?
Probably not until
Oops.
he has this, because you're not as familiar with the arcane arts.
Okay.
Aw, he beat me. I could use my reroll one last time.
Are you gonna use a reroll one last time?
Yep, I did. I paid for all of them. I paid good money.
Oh no! You beat him by 1.
I did. I thwack him upside the head and I say, "You, sir, are a liar, and that purple hair is not flattering." Everybody, he was not casting Identify. He is lying. He was lying, and I propose that we kill him.
Oh please no! I'll cast Identify instead of
Nope, it's
trying
too late.
to.
Nope,
Oh.
you had your chance. Sorry. Anyway, group, what does the group think? You be quiet. What does the group think?
I was just gonna use Vampiric Touch, so I wasn't so hurt before I cast Identify.
I'm gonna shave your head if you don't be quiet. What does the group think about killing him? He was trying to engage in some mumbo jumbo, non-identified spell casting, and I'm not a fan.
Just tie him and gag him.
Okay.
Tie him up.
Fergus, will you take care of that for me? You're stronger.
There's a big rope attached to a griffin head somewhere.
Yeah, I'd rather let Granny Bonechewer deal with him.
All right.
Yeah.
Your miss. Your problem.
Could I use the could I use Stunning Strike to paralyze his arms for more than one turn?
Not for more than one turn. You could use Stunning Strike to paralyze him for long enough to tie him up, but he also seems kind of defeated, since like he missed his chance to attempt to ambush Bera and hopefully kill her and then deal with the rest of you. So
Rude.
he's kind of defeated now. So he'll just meekly stand there as you tie him up.
Hashtag rude. We were gonna let him live. What the
I was
heck?
just hoping I could do that instead of getting out rope and yeah, I was trying the lazy.
I mean,
Instead of tying him up, I could just go yeah, and his arms would just hang limp for a while.
just the one round, and there is still the rope from the weird giant pendant
Yeah,
that didn't get really put away. So
I'll tie him up with that so that as he walks, he has to drag the griffin head behind him.
ooh.
The griffin
That's
head.
a great idea.
Is the griffin head preserved? Or is it like still like rotty and fleshy? Could we make
Uh,
him wear the griffin head as a sign of shame?
it's sort of like the mummified by cold, like all of the in the Arctic environment here, all of the flesh has sort of been preserved by the cold and the wind. So there's probably not any gooey bits because it's too cold for gooey things. But yeah, it would fit over his head if you want to force Malvolio to wear a dead griffin's head.
I would just have him drag it. We need him to be able to see where he's walking.
Fair enough.
Although I am going to take his backpack with his log.
That's good. Good call. Oh, he has a magic cape too. And I want to say a wand. Frisk him, Fergus.
Yes, frisk him.
He has a magic cape and a wand. I remember that from earlier. And the
Steal
log
his
is magic
stuff.
too.
Steal
Yeah.
his stuff.
He tried to kill me.
I've got a log. It's fine.
Grab his wand.
No, seriously, take his wand. I'm not even kidding. He does not get to keep a wand. He tried to kill me.
All right, I'll take his wand.
So his wand and his log, carved into the log is a word in Draconic. If anyone speaks Draconic,
I do, of course. Please tell me what it says.
the word in Draconic is sleep.
Oh, I'm extra not a fan of him. Listen, Melvin.
That's why he wanted us to light it.
Yeah, Melvin. Listen, Melvick McMelvinson. I'm not a fan. Give me that wand. I'm
He is
keeping
just
it.
not a trustworthy person.
No. I'm writing down that I have your wand. Melvin's wand. All right, we're leaving. If I hear a word out of you, purple boy, we're cutting your hair.
Was the group going to take a short rest to?
Oh yes. Yes.
Probably ideal.
Yeah. Agreed. I wonder. I think we could go in the cave. I don't think I have any fun spells that will make it nicer.
I mean, if you want it pretty, I have fairy lights or fairy fire. We can make it like a disco in there, but I also am like we should maybe make sure that there's nothing else in there.
So it is sort of like the cave itself is like a 40-foot circle. There's some dirty furs where Tiny Toes had made a bed, and otherwise it is fairly empty.
We can at least rest in there and
You
let
can
people get their
definitely
hit
rest
points
in
back.
A short rest doesn't get any spell slots back, does it?
there. Only for warlocks.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Out of curiosity, does the crown belt that I'm currently wearing make me feel any different?
Ooh, you feel as though you should maybe be cold, but you're not. You also feel like after you've had it around your waist for like an hour, you also feel like if you wanted to, you could make it snow.
I'm going to test that one out, Zach.
All right. So Fergus sort of gets a funny look on his face if everyone else is like sort of like, what is he doing? And then it begins to snow a little harder outside.
Am I able to make it? I'm going to try to make it snow inside, but just over Malvolio.
Ooh, make an Arcana skill check.
This cannot go well, but I'll try.
Oh!
Holy bucket!
So Fergus like concentrates and just like in a flash, as though the crown wants to see Malvolio humiliated and cold. Suddenly, there's just a tiny snow cloud above Malvolio's head.
Is it just snow, or can you make it like blow and move and whatnot?
I mean, I just found out I can make it snow. I'm not sure what you expect from me.
Well, I mean, I think it'd be really cool to put Malvolio in like a snow tornado if you could.
We could like
right.
get back to Granny Bonechewer's house via like a Dorothy and Wizard of Oz tornado style travel.
That could be wonderful.
Yeah.
So as Fergus like concentrates and tries to do these things, he quickly realizes that the crown can cause it to snow and snow a little bit harder, and snow in kind of a smaller area or a slightly larger area, but it doesn't come with winds or anything. It's just the snow.
Just snow.
Just
Is it
snow.
heavy enough that like you would conceal something, or not quite that heavy?
I mean, it could snow maybe like a couple inches an hour. And if there's already snow falling, it could make the snow fall at a rate of a couple inches more an hour. So if it was already snowing like 4 inches an hour, you could make it snow 6.
Still not a bad thing.
Can I also make it not snow?
Yes, you can cause it to not be snowing around you.
Okay, so I'm gonna make it not snow outside, but I'm gonna let it continue to snow over Malvolio.
Good. I support
Then I'm
this
gonna have
message.
something to drink.
I support you.
Have we completed the short rest?
Yes, you were to complete a short rest so people can spend hit dice if they still have them.
Well, I can't hit anything today. Apparently, I'm doing okay with getting hit because I still have all my hit points. Give and take, you know. Could be worse.
all of our hit dice, or is there a limit on that?
You can spend up to all of them if you want. So you can spend up to the 9 of them, provided that you hadn't spent any earlier.
Yeah, I spent one earlier. That still leaves me with a lot, so I can get some more. 9, 8. I'll keep a couple for.
Hey, guys, I have a thing that I just
Mm.
realized.
A song of rest. I forgot about
Yes!
that too.
I just all of a sudden was like reading other things. I've never played a bard above like a 4th level before, so what does it do?
It lets people get an additional 1d6
D6.
at your level back when they spend their first hit dice during a rest. So everyone could, if they used some hit dice and still weren't at maximum, add another d6 to their for free to their healing.
Everyone should do that if they need it because it's free.
You just have to sit and listen to Grimhilda singing a song of sorrow and murder.
Yep, about something real terrible, but it still makes you feel better. That should say something about you guys.
Only the song of how we beat up Tiny Toes and robbed him, essentially. We came out
Ooh.
of nowhere.
It could be a song about how Mel's gonna die soon,
Oh, I like it.
and like all the potential ways that Granny Bonechewer could kill him.
I like the way you think.
If it makes you feel any better, it took me 4 rounds of combat before I realized how many monk attacks I actually have per round of combat.
Right?
I was like, well, I took both attacks. Oh, wait, there's a third one here I can take. Oh, and a fourth one.
I think I misused Action Surge of all things. I think it gives me an extra standard action, and that would have been 2 extra attacks instead of just 1.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cassandra, we're just going along singing a song that's basically just one giant threat
Right?
towards Mel. I love
Yep.
it.
Yep. It's good.
I love it.
Should make him feel really good.
Please enjoy my $10 donation to your extra life because that is amazing.
Oh,
I can't.
thanks. I guess technically, does that mean Mel can heal for a D6 too?
No, you can decide that he's not your ally anymore.
Score. He's not.
Ah.
He could have ruined my singing career if he killed me.
Seriously, and your next single was about to drop.
Right? It's just
Come
the
on.
assistant is out getting that as well.
Oh, that is too funny.
All right.
So for the other people who drank the tea, I'm just curious. Because I've been thinking about it for a while. I like the thing that. Anyway, the tea basically reversed what I had initially bargained for. So she already took away the thing that she had given me to get the favor in the first place. Is that what happened with you guys, or did just everybody get sober when they drank the tea?
Well, we were not drunk when we drank the tea. But I
So,
want to congratulate you on putting together that amazing sentence. Can you rephrase that?
yeah, so like I owe Granny a favor because she
Yes.
had a barrel of whiskey that I had been trying to find.
Uh-huh.
But then when she gave me the tea,
Uh-huh.
it caused me to be sober,
Hmm.
which means she took away the thing that she had initially bargained to me.
Were you still drunk off of that original barrel of whiskey?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I haven't been sober since. But I don't know what happened to the rest of you who drank the tea and whether it would relate to you not actually getting what you bargained for.
The vision wasn't clear, but I thought it was Granny doing something ahead of the gift she gave us. Which would almost make you wonder if she'd set the whole thing up to begin with.
My gosh, are you telling me that Granny Bonechewer has been the villain this whole time?
Da da da.
You know, there's nothing about what we promised to do here that requires us to bring the heart of the world back intact.
Oh.
You have a point, but magical items do tend to react poorly to being attacked. On the other side of the coin, we did not promise anything about what we would do after we arrived with the magic item.
I mean, we
True.
have a giant ice axe here. I'm sure somebody's good enough to swing it at that heart of the world.
Don't magic items tend to explode?
No.
No.
Yes.
Barrow might know
I
that
mean, it might
that
not
stabs
work.
do at
Probably
least.
not true.
Because
I
there's
mean, does
wizardly
anyone know anything
tales.
about it?
That would be an Arcana check.
There you go.
Yes, so Barrow is familiar with stabs and some wands exploding because it's sort of a last-ditch thing that wizards know. You're not certain if this heart of the world would explode or if it would just break into pieces, or perhaps just be something that would require special magics to break.
That is true. There is the chance that we can't break it.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
I
we
don't
break the
think
axe instead.
Yeah, I don't think we should
Well,
really try and damage a powerful magical artifact. I'd be inclined to say, give it back to her, get out as quick as we can, and if she tries to double cross us, of course, then anything goes because she's proven herself as unreliable.
If that could be the case, do we want to do more than a short rest here?
yes.
And you're gonna spend the night in the giant cave. You do have a log that can be magically lit.
So we'll
No.
just sleep and never wake up.
And we'll get a
No.
lovely night's sleep.
No, we can leave the log burning outside the cave, so anything that tries to come in is gonna just fall asleep.
Well, we can
and we can put our dear friend Mal next to the log so we don't need to
Yeah.
watch him.
Good ideas.
Yeah,
I mean,
got some
take
amount
the
of
log
immunity.
back to Granny Bonechewer's, toss Mal and the lit log in there, and be done with it, and then depart with the heart of the world and be like,
Yeah.
job well done.
Good shot that she's resistant
Well,
against that sleep at least, or that she might be able to fight it off, but
worth a chance,
try.
though. You know.
Yeah.
Well, we
mean-
won't be resistant to it. That's the problem. Then she'll be like, come in here and talk to me about it. And we'll be like, oh, I'm so sleepy.
So what you're saying is, on the way there, we need to learn how to build a catapult so that we can launch it in.
Yes. A trebuchet.
I mean, honestly, if we think it's going to be a risk, like a high risk that she's going to betray us, I kind of would love to go in with all my spells.
I would
Be
say,
prepared for that. We have to be honest with her and everything and carry out our part of the bargain. But we also need to be well prepared just in case,
Yeah.
she's not really going to keep up her end of the deal.
Did she give us a timeline?
She did not. Now that I think about it,
So
she
we could just
didn't.
tell her we ran into some bad stuff and had to rest.
That's fair.
You guys did all drop down to 0. I mean, that is kind of bad.
Yeah, it's true.
So you're gonna take a long rest? Are you gonna do anything with this log?
Do we have an idea of what its range is for,
Why do you
like...
keep on asking us about the log?
Because you were discussing maybe putting it outside of the cave entrance as like some sort of guard log, putting it by Malvolio to keep him
We
asleep.
are not lighting the log.
First off, it's better than bad. It's good.
I actually
And I
don't
have to
hate the
turn it
idea of putting the log outside on fire, as long
I
as we
think
can
we could
figure out
just-
its
we
range.
can't turn it off.
We could just light it traditionally.
No,
Fergus
I've
can
got a
snow
tinder
on it
box.
later.
no, it will trap us in the cave. You guys, you do not, with the exception of his ice crown belt, you do not turn on magic items that you don't know what they do.
No, I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
well,
We need to figure it out.
so if it is a sleep log, I'm immune to that magical sleep.
So you're saying you can carry us all out one at a time until we're
No,
outside of the range.
I mean, I can get the log away.
Oh, that's true. Move the log.
Hey Mel, are you
Yes.
enjoying it snowing on you all the time?
Did you guys gag him or not?
I'm gonna ungag him for the moment.
See how frantic he gets if we light the log, threaten to light the log next to him.
It's very cold. But I guess maybe I was gonna try and kill all of you, so
Yeah, so it seems fair. How about we make a deal? You tell me what the log does, and if I believe you, I will make it stop snowing on you incessantly.
Oh, yeah, so a funny story. I was trying to kill some goblins to make them into zombies because I wanted some
Yep.
things to make into zombies.
Skip ahead.
But every time I'd go to their camp at night, it sounded like there was a giant sleeping there. So finally, I decided that I would just wait until it was a really cloudy day because I don't like being out in the sunlight. So it was a very cloudy day. And I went in and I killed the goblins, and then I found this log. And the thing about this log is when you say the word on it, it lights on fire. And the second thing about that log is then it sounds like it's a sleeping giant, snoring loudly, keeping me away from a goblin camp when I could have otherwise snuck in the night and killed them and made them into zombies. They weren't very good zombies. The color of their skin made it hard to turn them purple.
I'm gonna make it snow again really soon.
I'm gonna take an insight check on that
So
BS story.
it keeps you warm while scaring off possible predators.
So, Bera, strangely enough, gets the feeling that Malvolio is terrified enough of you that he is telling you the truth.
No. The log sounds like a snoring. No, I don't. I think he's a big fat liar. You have got to be. You're yanking my mug on a chain.
All right, I make it stop snowing on Mel. I regag him, and I'm gonna take the log to the mouth of the cave. Oh, and it's written in something I don't speak, right?
It's written in Draconic.
Draconic.
Bear would have to teach you.
I'll take it. I'm an elf. Do I fall asleep? I don't think
Nope.
I fall asleep.
You would resist the sleep effect if it's like the sleep spell.
So now I'm like, give me the damn log. Get away from me. I've never heard anything so preposterous in my whole life. Sleeping log sounds like a snoring giant. Get out of my way. Walking over to the cave. I've never heard anything so ridiculous in my whole life. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm going to shave your head. You're never going to see purple hair as long as you live. Put the log down. And sleep in Draconic.
This log will, on command, snore as loudly as a sleeping giant, which can be heard up to 150 feet away from its location. It may cause those unaware of its powers to believe that a giant is indeed nearby. It stops snoring on command. The log of snoring functions as often as desired and for any length of time.
My eyes roll into the next zip code. I blame Mel. This is all your fault. If you weren't
Oh,
gagged,
yeah.
I would gag you. Ugh.
Oh my god, I just got it. It's because like when you sleep, you're sawing logs.
Ugh.
Well, sleep like a log also. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good. That's a good pun. All right, well, I guess we're going to bed. So I'm gonna top off the furnace and sleep a little bit.
So you do notice, like, the giants are very loud snorers, so you can understand why Malvolio said he didn't like to be next to the log when it was lit.
Well, he is sitting right next to the log then. This is all his fault.
Alright, so the party can take their long rest. So you'll get half of your hit dice back, so 4 hit dice back, and all of your hit points, and your spell slots, and other daily effects. And in the morning, you wake in the chilly cave, though you presumably had a fire not made with the log of snoring. You wake the chilly cave, and what is your plan for the day? Just trekking back to see Granny Bonechewer?
Yep.
Yep.
I think that's the plan.
I think we should see if she wants to keep the log.
For the log of the extra loot we found.
Can
Just
carve a
log.
log into the shape of a gem, and then
Like, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, we need to trek back to see Granny. Polly BC.
All right.
Even though we don't know what we're going to tell her, or whether we're going to believe her, or whether we're attacking her or not, we're going to go back and we'll decide that on the fly.
Are you want to decide on the fly, or do you want to discuss that now as we montage you walking? Because it was like 5 or 6 hours back across the snowy fields to Granny
I'd
Bonechewer's
like
ice
to know
castle.
more. I'd like to know more about what everybody saw when they drank the tea, and how it lined up with their bargain.
I didn't drink the tea, so.
I mean, she definitely caused the problem that necessitated the bargain with her, but isn't that the way of powerful people, to cause the problems that then they can solve for you, thus winding up with you owing them a favor?
I mean, maybe,
but then it's not really a favor, is it?
No, it's not. Agreed.
and then we don't really owe her anything.
So
Do you want to tell her that?
I saw.
Oh yeah, I'll tell her.
Gosh.
I mean, what I saw is definitely compatible with that interpretation.
Do we think, we as a group, not including Mel, because he is not part of the group, he is an outsider and to be discarded as trash. So do we think we as a group can take and win against Granny Bonechewer? Thoughts?
She's
did-
shorter than a giant.
Yeah, exactly. We just took down a giant.
She has a house full of ice servants.
Well,
And
there's
she's
that.
gonna have a
Well-
lot of magic, I think.
Another way of thinking about this is a one-shot. So we're not playing these characters again.
This is what I love about Extra Life. I just play them like I stole them. I mean, I feel like we go and then we see what happens. If she attacks us, we attack back.
With that, I mean, however wrong she was in the past, we did make an agreement with her, and if she attacks us, fine. If she doesn't, go in, drop off our parcels, and get out
No,
again.
the agreement is null and void.
No,
If we believe
benefited
Fergus's hypothesis.
we all benefited to some degree, though, didn't
I
we?
mean, there is an inherent an inherent tenet of good faith in any negotiation, and if one party is not negotiating in good faith, I would think it would render that.
But that's assuming, like, it's if a mouse negotiates with a lion, there's such an imbalance of power that, of course, the lion is going to have a much more successful time negotiating. And that's kind of how I went into that negotiation with Granny Bonechewer.
Yeah, you don't want the elephant to be mad at you, so to speak.
You
Agreed. I
went
don't
into
really want to get mauled by the
negotiation with
lion.
Granny Bonechewer as a mouse?
No,
No, we're
Granny
the mice,
Bonechewer is the lion. We're
or
the
the
mice.
lion. And we
We're a
think
snack.
she manipulated us into a situation.
Hmm.
We haven't proven it actually, and at the moment, we've got an incomplete job for a very powerful person who we
We're
would
not
not.
dead. We're currently not dead, and
Yeah.
motivated to stay not dead. So, my alignment being neutral, I'm not motivated to solve the great wrongs of the world. Yeah, there are great wrongs. But you know what? I'm still alive and kicking. And I've gotten out of this so far. I'm aiming to come out of this, 750 gold pieces and some platinum pieces split 5 ways richer. And she gets the heart of the world, whatever, and she's going to probably destroy a big continent or whatever. But that sounds like a problem for a party that's above 9th level.
I feel like that gold and platinum can get us pretty far from her. So
So, I hear what you're saying. I need something more than, like, it's an unfair wrong. And
And
she's engaging in uh unfair negotiating practice. Of course she is. She's a what? A water hag?
Ice hag. She's a winter hag.
She's a winter hag. Like, yes, I wasn't expecting judicious behavior from a winter hag. Like, the tea didn't poison me, so I was like, oh, that was a bonus. No, I've talked over all of you. Now you have nothing to say. I'm
no,
sorry.
I see. My thought is it's what it was before. We go back. If she leaves us alone, we leave. If she doesn't, we try to take her down.
Yeah.
yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll let
can go with that too.
set the tone for this. That sounds good.
So yeah, whatever happens, it'll be her fault.
Yes, there we go.
Exactly.
That's passing the blame. Yes.
And we will have done everything right.
Yes.
So, Zach, how big
exactly.
is that giant axe?
It is like the handle of it is like 8 feet long.
So it's like a pole arm, basically.
Well, but the head
How big?
is then like whatever, like 3 feet by 3 feet. So it is a giant-sized great axe.
Stops with someone else. Let's go back and see her.
All right, so
Okay, whatever. I'm leaving that axe behind.
Were you trying to figure out if you could carry it?
It's
Or
a
use it.
war-sized
I guess
axe.
use it.
Hey,
And
see
then
if Mal can drag it behind him.
ooh, it is much too heavy for Malvolio.
Yeah, he's going to struggle with the griffin head.
He's a very weak wizard. He's both a wizard and a gnome.
I hate him so much.
Hey,
And he has
Mel.
purple hair. Ugh.
Going back to the bargain of the night before, now that I'm learning that bargaining from a position of inherent power makes any faulty bargaining on my part okay. Do you actually know what she wants to do with the ruby of tomorrow?
The heart of the world? I have no idea. I had to go to this this faraway city of undead in the jungle. I was really impressed. If I didn't think that she would have been mad if I had stayed there, I would have spent some time there. Apparently, the king and queen there were distracted killing the adventurers who had killed this lich, who I stole this gem from his quarters. Uh,
So you don't really know what it's for.
no, I have no idea.
I'm gonna try to insight check in case to make sure I believe him. I probably believe him.
I mean, he does seem legitimately terrified of you guys because he missed his one chance to like take out enough of you while you were injured that he could have dealt with you. There are 5 of you and just one poor Malvolio the Malevolent.
Don't give me that. One poor Malvolio. Listen, he had his chance, and he squandered it. I'm not listening to any more of his sob story. Put the gag back on, please.
All right.
Look, I've had a long week, and he is going to take all of my frustration.
All right, so you arrive after most of a day of travel back at the ice doors of Granny Bonechewer's castle. The ice servants with their blank ice faces open the doors and gesture you in, leading you to the parlor where Granny Bonechewer sits with a freshly brewed pot of tea. Oh, you're you're back, dearies. Would you like some tea?
No, no more tea.
Oh, but surely you're cold from your travels. I see you found
No.
Malvolio. Did you find the item he had with him?
He didn't tell us Malvolio was a giant jerk.
But yes, we
Oh,
found
I assumed that when you heard me say that his name was Malvolio the Malevolent, that you would assume he was a an obnoxious jackass.
Yeah, but in answer to your
Right
question,
there.
we did find the item he had with him. I'm gonna hand her the log.
Oh, what a fun jape to play with your dear granny. But you and I both know that this is not the heart of the world.
But it
This
is what
is
he had
this is
on him.
this is some sort of strange magic log.
Yep. It snores.
Oh, well, I don't see how that would be that useful, but if you're giving it to me, I will certainly take it.
It's like a white noise machine.
Oh, I did just freshly bake some cookies, and an ice servant walks in with a tray of cookies. Would any of you like a cookie?
No, thank you. We've just eaten.
Hmm?
I have
Well,
to keep my figure for the new cover art.
well, you've brought back Malvolio and this log for whatever reason. But did you find the heart of the world?
He did not have it on him.
Hmm. And he didn't tell you where it was?
He's really obnoxious.
I
Oh my! You
he
did not specify. You said malevolent. When I heard malevolent, listen, Granny. When I heard malevolent, I was expecting intelligence combined with a desire for evil. I was not expecting obnoxiousness combined with a droning tone of voice.
well.
So instead of like a forceful, purposeful badness, what I got was like a water torture annoyance, which is somehow worse.
It was pretty bad.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, he told us this guy named Jerk Rod Twinkletoes apparently has it, and I think he's in the mountains or something. But yeah, jerk rod, tippy toe.
Hmm. Joran the Great, who is called Tiny Toes. I just gave him a magic crown. Why would he steal the heart of the world?
Why does anybody do anything? Why would somebody serve tea that makes you sober? Life is a mystery, a profound well of disappointment and puzzles.
But if you're never sober, you won't feel the fine rush of being drunk again.
No, no, not going with that.
Well, in any case, I do see if around your very waist the crown that I made and gave for Joran the Grand or the Great. I forget which he went by. He was
My
he was
belt?
quite irritated. He was quite irritated at its side effects. Maybe that's why he decided to take it out on Malvolio and steal the heart of the world. But uh, if you wouldn't mind, uh, I do I do sense the heart of the world with you.
With me?
With the group of you. With the group of you. And I would very much like to have it again. After all these years.
So is she still offering the tea?
She's offering the tea and cookies.
Okay, well I'm gonna have some tea because she's the one pouring it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Make Mel eat a cookie, please.
So no. So while she is pouring the tea, I'm going to engage in casual conversation with her, and I suppose I'm going to ask her what she wants the heart of the world for. And I will be particularly attentive to her response and the candidness of her response.
Oh, just honestly, sentimental reasons mostly. It has, I believe, well, last I possessed it, it had 753 souls trapped inside of it, but then I gave it to my beloved, and he went off and got himself controlled by some necromancers. Just like a lich to forget who he is and let necromancers order him around. But I didn't want to deal with that drama. So when I heard that my poor Shalmaneser was killed by some adventurers who were in Yasawas, I thought to myself that it was time for me to get back the heart of the world, so I would get to peer into its depths and see all the souls I had trapped in it. Hope that Shalmaneser had trapped some new souls in it for me to look at. You know, every couple of years I'll try and add a soul or two. But yes, mostly it just reminds me of good times with Shalmaneser. When he would embrace me in his dry, dusty lich arms, and before he had his mind taken from him.
Uh,
Do you ever take souls out of this? You know, maybe you want to run out of space or something?
Oh yes, you know, if I'm I could if I wanted to. I shouldn't ever run out of space, because the souls are held in a magical matrix within it. But
Oh,
you
is it
know,
very hard to remove them?
it
Do I
it
get
is
do I get
fairly
a
hard.
sense that she's being candid about just keeping it as kind of a memento to stare at?
I mean, she did also say that she would
Yeah.
occasionally put souls into it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, why? Out of curiosity, like personally, my extreme lack of knowledge of necromancy, you would take souls out of this to power other spells or to put into zombies? Like, what would be the purpose of storing the souls?
uh, you're guessing that you're guessing that mostly it's not meant for souls to come out of it. Mostly it's meant for souls to go into it.
And that's just for like malevolent
Yeah, I
giggles.
mean, you could probably draw upon the souls that are within it as a source of magical power as well. That
Okay,
sort of
but
thing.
okay,
I mean, if you're
so it's
if
a
you
power source.
if you can speak with souls somehow, you could probably interrogate them for knowledge. There's lots of things to do with souls once you got them trapped in a magic gem.
And say there's the possibility, and just being hypothetical here in my own mind that everyone else is listening into, there is a possibility, say, that if now we give this gem over to Granny Polly, Polly BC, that she would then call initiative, kill us all, and put our souls in the gem.
I mean, you couldn't rule it out.
Uh,
So, Granny,
The bargain was that you brought the gem back to her, and maybe Malvolio, but at least the gem, and then she would consider the favor that you owed her paid.
so
I mean, it's worth a risk.
I can't help but wonder, how do you put all the feet in the rock?
What?
Souls. So, oh,
Like,
So the
is it
terms are to bring the
Oh,
heart of the world back,
I get
right?
it.
Not to give it to her.
does it have like a door?
Oh well, when you're near a recently departed soul, the heart of the world will just suck it in. It just does it on its own. Makes
So
it
then,
so much easier. You can just concentrate on killing someone instead of having to concentrate on killing them and making sure that their soul is captured and it also ends up someplace else.
then how do you get them out?
Oh,
Because you
see, that
can't
takes a
unchain
lot more
them.
work. It is much too technical. It would take weeks of rituals and spells to get a soul out. It's really not worth it.
Hmm.
Weird.
can we do an insight check on to like whether she feels to do us harm? Is that something we can tell from just talking with her?
That's what I was trying to do when I was asking about what she
I could just
intends to
ask her
do with the
point
gem.
blank. Be like, yo, Granny, yo, MCBC, yo. So hypothetically, I know this would never happen, but just hypothetically, entertain me for just a minute while we have some tea. Uh,
Well, you haven't
what
touched your
would
tea yet, dearie. Why
I
don't you
know
have some tea?
something's bothering me, and that something is what per se would actually stop you from, once we give this to you, killing us all and putting our souls inside of it per se.
Well, I mean, you did bring the gem to me within a day or two, and the two of you brought me very lovely presents. I do enjoy getting to hear the dirges and sorrowful songs of Grimhilda. It pleases me that Sigrid and Lotharion are out in the world enacting vengeance and killing more people as they go from place to place. Well, and Fergus just amuses me sometimes.
And I brought you that empty bottle.
Yes?
While this is going on, can I intimidate Mel into drinking the tea and eating a cookie? I trying to see if it
Yes.
does anything to him.
Go ahead and
Boom.
uh
Intimidated.
he I sort of you undo his gag and he sort of takes a sip of the tea and he makes a scrunched up face as though it's very very bitter, and then he takes a bite of the cookie and it looks very like dry and crumbly, and he sort of like eats it without much joy and then takes another sip of the tea, mostly to have enough like wet moisture in his mouth to swallow the cookie, and then he sort of like looks at Grimhilda with like resignation in his eyes as you both like there's like a moment of silence as everyone's sort of watching, and it doesn't seem very pleasant, but it also doesn't seem like Malvolio is poisoned or or otherwise being damaged by the tea and cookies.
Okay. That's what I was hoping for, because my thought was if those did something, then she really has ill will towards us. So there's still a chance that maybe she's not gonna attempt to hurt us, but
Well, then I'll give her the jewel. That's the best I can do.
I mean, she knows it's there. There's
Yeah.
no point in.
Yeah, unless you want to snatch it out of my little wizardly
Well-
hands. I've only got a strength of 8.
There's one more thing that I would like to try, which is to say that she just said that we brought the stone to her. So Granny, we've brought the stone. We have fulfilled our end of the bargain. So our favors to you are discharged.
Yes, that is true. That is true. You could you could go without giving me the stone, and we would have been even. But you know that I do wish to possess this stone, and that I have gone to great lengths to obtain it. And since our favors would have been cancelled out, I would feel no compunction about obtaining it however I needed.
Zach, can I sleight of hand the stone before it leaves the bag?
You could. I'm gonna say that you're gonna have disadvantage because it is a very it's like larger than a football or about the size of a football. It's hard to.
To palm.
Yeah.
I can live with that. Did not work.
Oh,
What?
the heart of the world. It's been too long since I've seen it. If you dearies wouldn't mind, I'll take it now, and if you want, you can stay for dinner. I'm making a roast with boiled potatoes and carrots.
I ask what's being roasted.
Don't.
Oh,
Malvolio?
just well, just a centaur I had around. Their flesh is quite tender. It's very nice. It does get a little tough when I put it in a stew pot and let it cook for days, but, if you can't eat tough meat, then you're not a tough person. That's what I always say.
I feel very concerned about these souls, though. Would it be possible for us to take them with us instead of leaving them in your stone? I mean, I'm sure you've got lots of war souls lying around here.
No, it would be very difficult to take the souls out. It would require a great favor from one of you to for me to let out a soul. Not to mention many souls. And like I said,
I'm
I
sure
think
such
there's.
a powerful lady as yourself could do it very easily. I mean,
Mm,
it,
mm, I,
it seems like such a small thing for someone of your enormous skill and strength and power.
I wish it were, but the heart of the world was meant to be a very safe place to keep souls, so that so it would be hard for people to steal them from you, and so it would be very very difficult to get things out. The devils who made it, they were very concerned about it being able to hold souls to bring them back to the Nine Hells. So it would be very, very, very difficult to get around all of their wards and enchantments. No, much better just to leave the souls in there and then chat with them now and then when you want to hear a story from 1,000 years ago, or remember the look on the face of someone as they realized that you had killed them. The simple things in life.
Okay, I said quietly to the group. She did say it's possible to get these souls out, but she wants another favor we've done per soul. Is there any way I really don't like the idea of leaving the poor souls there, but on the other hand, I'm not sure she's trustworthy. What kind of favor is she going to ask us?
She would say, if you listen to her wording, not we're having this conversation in front of her, which is not smart.
Right.
That favor is for one soul,
Well, yes, that's true, and it would have to
and
be
it was
very.
like 750 or whatever in there.
Uh, oh dear, I do feel bad about leaving these souls here, but I don't.
Been there a long time. I'm sure they're fine.
Oh, and they're much better in here than if the devils got their hands on the heart of the world the way they intended, and then they would just bring it down to the nine hells and throw it into vats of lava to let the souls out,
Sounds
and
terrible.
be delivered over to the pit fiends for eternal torment.
Oh,
Are there any windows in this audience chamber?
what?
And how high up are we?
It is still sort of the ground floor, but it's an interior room.
And where is
So
the heart of the world right now?
it had sounded to me, I guess I didn't double check beforehand, but it sounded to me like Bera had it, and then Fergus was trying to take it out of her bag, and so it was in Fergus's hands
Okay.
when.
Fergus tried to sneakily take it
Yeah.
and then wound up just taking it.
Right.
So I'm just standing holding it, right?
That is my yes. You're just standing it, holding it in front of Granny Bonechewer.
All right. Fergus, with his intelligence of 8, is going to
Oh,
do
man.
the only thing that he can think to do in this moment in time.
Eat it.
I'm going to make a run for it.
Oh, Jesus. I respect that decision. True to character. Yes.
Because I don't want her to have it. I don't know how to break it. If I knew how to break it, I would break it. But since I don't, I'm making a run.
Right, are we rolling Inish?
So you guys are gonna try and hold off Granny Bonechewer while Fergus makes a run for it?
Well, I imagine he gets a surprise round because I don't think any of us knew that he was going to run for it.
I will say that he could run his full speed, just take the one movement to get away. I generally just in my ambush rounds do one action, so your one action would be move your full speed.
Okay. So I couldn't do dash.
No. You can dash on subsequent turns, but this first round you're just going your full speed.
All right. At 45, I'm okay with that.
All right. So then, yeah, I guess we're gonna roll initiative as the party seems to think they are going to attempt to double cross Granny Bonechewer. I'm not going to worry about Malvolio because he is. I assume you still have him tied up.
Yes. Fergus decided to double cross Granny Bonechewer, and we are along for the ride. Let's put blame where blame belongs.
Oh, I mean, we brought the thing back.
We did.
I'm okay with my side of the bargain.
We are blameless.
Oh god, that's terrible, Anish.
Well, she's gonna go for Fergus first.
Oh no.
I've got to refresh it.
Granny is so.
Okay.
Oh, I need to.
Worked that time?
Oh, if you hadn't clicked your token, it wouldn't have added it. So.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yep. I have to manually add you to the turn tracker, and.
Okay.
Where was your first one? Was the 10.
Yep.
Yep, that is the one thing I wish that I could. One of the things I wish I could do is be like, whenever you click on a character sheet and it's linked to a token. Okay, so Granny looks up, shakes her head with disappointment, and is going to cast Hold Person on Fergus.
A monster.
Her spell DC is 14, so you need to make a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Where? Here we go. Oh, for Pete's sakes.
One last reroll, but then that exhausts my supply. I bought 5 of them.
No, that's fine. Save it. I mean, I got my 45 away from her, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
All right. So that is Granny's action because she thinks that this is just Fergus being Fergus, and so she's content to have him held so that she can walk up, and then she would walk 30 feet closer. We're just going to do mostly theater of the mind. So she'd walk 30 feet closer. Why is this not? Walk 30 feet closer to Fergus and take a. So that she's closer to taking the stone from him. So then Bera.
Ain't he a monster? I know she's monstrous, but
She's not technically a monstrosity, no.
so I'm thinking hold monster.
Oh, she is a fae, so she might. You might need the hold monster spell to affect her.
Yes. Okay. So hold.
All right. What is your spell save DC?
It's a great question. Oh, it's not going to tell me.
It'll be on at the top of your spell sheet of your character.
16.
16.
May you fail. With all due respect. Granny BC, may you fail.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, so at the end of each turns. All right. So that was anything else for Bera?
No. I'm going to concentrate on holding her. and say like, this is all I've got. You guys had better decide how we're dealing with this. Because this is all I can do.
All right, and let me look at paralyzed, incapacitated. So Fergus is no longer held. Wait, no, can't take actions or reactions. Concentration isn't an action. Alright, so Fergus is still held. But potentially, once Granny starts taking damage, she'll have to start making concentration checks to keep her hold person up. So that was Bera, so then Lotharian.
Okay, well, can I move up and attack?
You can.
Okay, then I will just go
You're in-
all out.
You're in sort of a small parlor. Fergus has run down the entryway hall about 30 feet, and Granny is sort of at the doorway of the parlor.
So I'm going to spend 1 fighting spirit to give myself advantage on all my attacks, and 5 temporary hit points. And I'm going to use my standard action to attack twice, and also my action surge to attack twice more. So that's going to be...
Yep, so...
4 attacks.
Right.
All with advantage.
All with advantage. If you're within 5 feet of her, you will get critical hits.
On all 4?
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm going to roll them anyway.
Because that is what the paralyzed does.
Ah, that's right.
Okay, so how do I guess this one, the second one with the 29, that's a critical. So if I roll that 4 times, if I click that 4 times, it's going to give 4 times critical damage, right?
It should, yes.
Okay. So what does that add up to?
So
So
13,
basically,
23, 25, 27, 29, 39, 42, 43,
57?
55, 61.
Good teamwork,
so
everybody.
that's literally adding up all the numbers on this.
All right.
Oh, we're gonna win.
And she needs a natural. Wait, the first. Okay, so it's individual ones. So for concentration saving throws. So let's just see the first. Come on, Constitution saving throw.
If we kill her, can I get my albino parrot back?
Is it just not showing for me?
I'm not seeing it
We're
either.
typing, but nothing came through.
Yeah, you were
Oh, there it
typing,
went.
but nothing came through.
So the first one was a 20, so that would have made it. The second
No.
was a 15, but the third one definitely didn't. So now Fergus is no longer being held.
Zach, you're no longer in the session.
Oh, I had stopped it just
Oh, okay.
as a. I was refreshing it and then it all hit. So it'll be Fergus's turn.
All right.
Is Fergus just gonna unload on poor Granny Bonechewer?
Might as well if you get on critical hits.
Yeah, that's fair. Would Fergus know that she's frozen?
Yeah, because the hold person doesn't say that you're insensate, so you still see what's going on. So yeah, you would have seen as you sort of looked back behind you as you got hit by her spell. You see now that she is also frozen in place.
Okay. So I am going to head back. And then since I'm holding the stone, I'm just going to go for all unarmed strikes. And I'm guessing at least 2 of these hit.
You have advantage, so those should definitely hit.
Okay.
So you just need to do 30 points of damage.
And then I will use a key point. To do 2 more strikes. Those should both hit.
I don't know why everything else seems to be connecting, but my Firefox session doesn't seem to be connecting to Roll20. So you'll have to tell me if you did 30 points of damage.
26.
42.
42, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So with a flurry of blows, Fergus strikes again and again at Granny Bonechewer, and then at some point she just sort of like cracks as though she's made of ice and breaks apart and falls apart into the floor, disintegrating into snow and ice fragments.
Well, good.
Woo.
You should fireball those so they melt.
Good teamwork, everyone.
Don't risk it.
Good job. That whole monster was really clutch.
That was the big guns.
So you're gonna fireball things as you go out and
Sure.
run out into
Maybe I
the
could
ice
just
and the
fire
snow.
bolt things because those are cantrips, and I can aim them a little bit better.
I was thinking that you'd everyone would leave the room and then you'd fireball as you're on your way out.
Burn it
Like
to the
I was
ground.
thinking, yeah, I was thinking I could probably just firebolt individual things, but then as we leave the castle, I could just fireball the castle and melt the castle as a whole.
I mean, was there anything cool inside we wanted though?
Is the castle remaining intact, even though it's probably made with Granny's magic? Or is it crumbling?
Maybe we should get out pretty quickly before it falls down on our heads.
Good point.
We could still fireball the rooms.
Hesitant to fireball an ice castle while I am personally still inside it.
Yeah.
I mean, the parlor is near the entrance of the.
Oh, I totally forgot about that gnome. Oh well.
Well, we can always go outside if nothing happens and go back inside, fireball, come back out. We got time.
Yeah.
But that's your plan. Is you're grabbing that and fireballing as you go. Grabbing the heart of the world again, leaving,
Yes.
fireballing.
Yes.
All right. So, triumphantly, the five of you. I have no idea what my computer is doing right now because it's not connecting my browsers to the internet. But OBS is still connecting and streaming, and clearly Discord is still working. So we're just gonna we'll do our montage as you all. What are you doing with the heart of the world? Are you?
I want to take it. I want to figure out how to destroy it.
Maybe we should, as a group, go on an adventure and take it to see how to let everyone out, and then we'll destroy it.
I mean, I figured destroying it will let everybody out, but your idea is good too.
I just want to make sure that if we destroy it, like I want to take it somewhere and figure out because there's a chance if we destroy it, the souls are destroyed too. So
Yeah, it's fair.
we could all become a little adventuring party now.
We gotta to get it on theme. We have to save all these kids.
Oh, bring it back around.
We could do it. We could do so. What we should do is let's figure out who we need to talk to. I'll plan a world tour around that. You guys can be my backup singers and my bodyguards, so we'll just fly under the radar and we'll figure it out while we go do some singing events so I can make some money on the side.
All right. That seems like a good place to leave it, as you have you go off and you start figuring out where to to learn to let all these souls loose who you have to talk to. And as we sort of montage this world tour of that, we also montage to someone trekking through the icy wastes, coming across the ruins of this ice castle, picking up a little snow globe, cracking it open, and two Bheur Hags flying out of it, looking around and whispering to each other about vengeance.
Oh no.
Is that Mel that picked that up?
I assumed that you guys were going to dispatch him, but
Yes. I mean, potentially.
Well, I thought we were just distracted and kind of left him inside the collapsing and melting castle,
Yeah.
which was
That's pretty much
probably
where
sort
I
of
was.
fatal.
And I just happened to center a fireball on him. That works for me.
Pure coincidence.
all right. Well, thank you all for playing. Hopefully, it was enjoyable.
Thank you. It was awesome.
Yes,
Thank you,
great,
Zach.
very
That was
good.
great.
A lot of fun.
So I'm gonna try and not only cook myself dinner, but also figure out what is going on with my computer's internet connection, because clearly the stream and Discord still works, but no, my browsers aren't. So I got some stuff to work on. So we'll wrap slightly early. Again, thank you to everyone who's watching. We will be back, I believe, in 15 minutes. James is going to be running on the Heel Turn Radio Twitch, some Jackbox, and then I will be back later for a game of Alien later tonight. But thanks everyone for joining.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks.
guys.
Oh, yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.